Welcome back to the Playlive Melbourne Millions. I am Josh Abney in the booth with Luke Martinelli. The bubble has burst. We are in the money. Day 2 here in the main event. Over $1 million in the prize pool, Lukey.
Quite the big spot for these people, and I'm very excited to see how this table goes down. We have quite an interesting table.
Yeah, look at this.
Liam Jihu, the winner of the Crown Melbourne, what do they call it? The Crown something main event. He won a main event.
Big Champs.
Big Champs. Yep. I was on the final table of that Big Champs. Sick brag by me. I came 9th.
I think I came like 20th or something.
Yeah, we both had a deep run in that one. Of course, Cale Burns, the name that everyone recognizes, probably one of the best players in Australia.
The tournament goat, surely, in Australia, right?
Him and Adam is definitely the question between the two of them. They both had some amazing scores, amazing results. Cale's settling down a little bit these days. Doesn't travel as much internationally, but does rock up for these little main events and crushes them. And
want to give Cale a shout out. He had a baby.
Oh.
New dad.
Congratulations.
He had a very wholesome conversation with Bridges when we first opened, where he was like, any advice on being a new dad? I was like, that's so sweet, you know? But yeah, congrats to Cale.
He is a sweetheart.
And his partner. Awesome guy. Not someone you want on your table.
Not by any stretch of the imagination. But he is a lovely guy.
But a lovely person. Who else do we have in this lineup?
We have Costa. I know him pretty well. I've known him for quite a long time.
A friend of the stream.
Yep. Fat Ewan. I have played with this guy, I can't tell you how many times. A very prolific player. Everyone who's played with him recognizes him. Everyone who's played in Melbourne recognizes him, I'm sure. And apart from that, mostly some unknowns. I guess Amir, also quite the strong player. I've seen him around quite a bit.
I want to give Amir a shout out. He was the first person to say that the main event would hit $1 million. 2 weeks ago, he messaged me. 2 weeks ago. And he was like, you're underestimating your series. Your main event's going to hit $1 million. And I literally said, look, you know, that would be great. But I kind of talked him down off. I was like, I don't know.
You talked him off the ledge?
Yeah, I was like, I'm not so sure. Like, that would be amazing, but don't want to get my hopes up. And he just came up to me on dinner break and then hit me with the most loving I told you so.
He's a lovely guy.
Yeah. Never been so happy to be wrong before.
And this should be quite the fun table. We're in the money now. 3 people busted in that one hand. Oh, sorry, 1 person busted. It was 89 paid, right? 1 person busted in that last hand before the break. And right now, the pay jumps are quite small relative to the top end of the prize pool. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of people trying to build big stacks and try to set themselves up for a deep run.
Yeah, now we have the other end of that ICM train, right? Before we saw people kind of playing a little bit more cautiously, trying to make the money.
Yep.
Mission accomplished. There isn't a pay jump for a little while now. And even the initial pay jumps are obviously going to start out a bit small. So name of the game is to chip up.
The ICM pressure on all these stacks kind of hits a peak as it approaches the bubble, and then it kind of plateaus after the bubble's been burst, because I think I was mentioning this in the lead up to the bubble. The pay jumps from now are quite small, but from 0 to 3K is obviously quite a significant jump.
Yeah, the next pay jump still 10 people away and only $600, right? So the bubble pay jump 5 times as big as that. That's one of those unique phenomenons to tournament poker.
And we're going to be seeing the ICM pressure basically just ramp up until we get to the final table bubble, where it'll hit around the same. It'll feel as impactful as the bubble felt, I would say. But yeah, most players at this table, they're going to be looking to build a big stack and try to get those big pay jumps towards the end. Speaking
of big stack, Fat win. $2.34 million.
Surely close to the chip lead. Very similar to Shane from the previous table, right?
Yeah.
I think he had around 2.4 million.
Yeah, I would say that they're co-chip leaders, almost certainly.
Yeah, there might be some 3 million chats. The 3 million chip stack floating around somewhere, but that's just speculation on my part.
Wouldn't that be nice? Patrick Bowe does fold the deuces.
Folds the deuces. I like that fold. Probably just a little bit early position, a little bit too early to make the open with that hand. Got really bad removal.
Now, have you played with Mark at all? I've played with Mark a little bit.
I actually haven't played with them all. What kind of player is he? What's
I've
your
seen
read
him
on
in the
him?
venue. He's definitely tricky. Does seem like he's a bit studied for sure. Not freestyling it by any means.
Okay.
Capable of putting you in a tough spot. I think this is a good example of this, right? Finds the, kind of toward bottom of range hijack open with a bigger stack on his left. Liam Jehu putting in the 3-bet immediately, letting him know.
Definitely an in vogue type of open here with King 6 suited. If you're into any sort of charts or solve work, that is.
Berkey and I lovingly call that the solver hand.
Hey guys, do you expect Playlive to be more lit in the months following the series?
I hope so. I hope we get more lit every day, forever.
Forever. That sounds pretty good to me. Maybe I'll get a permanent job in the commentary booth if that's the case. I won't have to play poker anymore.
Pretty sweet gig in the booth.
If every day is like this, then I certainly won't be complaining.
I did turn the AC less cold a little bit, a little better.
I did notice. It feels good. Feels good. And the ace-8 offsuit just gets through. Liam, just letting him know. I'm the chip leader.
Yeah.
I'm the second in chips.
Once Fat folds, I become chip leader.
Yeah. And you're not going to get away with a loose open in my cutoff.
Surely the series blows up Playlive weekly tourneys. I hope so. I would not be surprised. That's for sure. What time are we going to tonight? So theoretically, play is meant to end at midnight. We did start about half an hour late because there were so many people getting seated at the same time. So I'm going to guess right around 12:30.
You got money on it? No, I just wanted to watch it. I do. What's the score anyway?
Novak won the first set and then he held serve on the first game.
There was quite a nice lead up in the daily tournaments in the month of December, right? They were getting some quite nice numbers.
Yeah, Christmas time was our biggest dailies ever. I mean, we were getting like 200 runners in some of them.
It was great to see.
Yeah, it's really been amazing. Just been a remarkable few weeks in general. So they're talking about the tennis. For all you tennis fans out there, it is the Australian Open final.
I heard Djokovic won the first set.
He won the first set. It was 2-1. He had a miracle break. Alcaraz held 3 break points, finds the miracle break, and then just ran away with the set from there.
Just broke him mentally for a little bit there, I suppose.
See if Alcaraz can rebound.
I'm sure he will.
Yes.
I've been watching some of his play this Australian Open. An extremely impressive player is understating it by a lot, I think. Yeah,
And he's certainly the odds favorite as well.
And I think if he continues his form in the next few years, he'll definitely carve out a space for himself in the GOAT conversation, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, already a handful of Grand Slam wins, right? At such a young age.
But we'll stop with the tennis analysis for now. That's certainly not our job.
Yeah, we're both high school tennis players, which I think is a little bit worse than our poker level. So.
And Costa coming in with the limp with pocket threes in the cutoff off 25 bigs. Probably just doesn't want to get 3-bet. He has gotten isolated for a very small size by Fat Newen here with a speculative Jack-9 suited. Just wants to utilize his chip lead and play a bigger pot in position.
Yeah, Nick, we have it playing on a couple of TVs around the room. We're generally pretty good about that. We have a lot of sports fans here. I think many of my staff would be unwilling to work if they couldn't watch the sports at the same time. So once AFL comes around, we generally like to get that up going on the projector as well, upstairs.
This is a great board for Fat to see bet.
Actually got me, bro.
Even though he has absolutely nothing.
I can't read it, bro.
Both the cutoff and Kale's flat from the big blind are very unlikely to have quite a strong hand on this board. Kale has flopped top pair with a weak kicker.
Hand over his phone, and then someone's like, he just wouldn't do it. Like, people touching his phone. Like,
But for this small sizing, I expect nothing to call. if you raise here, definitely get some action from some hands that you don't want to be getting action from. Let's put it that way. You tighten your opponent's range in such a way that you make your ace deuce much less likely to be good. So calling, keeping his range wide. As we can see, Fat's completely drawing dead, basically.
Repeat king on the turn.
And I expect this to slow things down for Fat Nguyen, just because Kale has a lot more king X in his range, check calling, than he does, and he's just got absolutely no equity here. This is a turn that Kale might consider leading. His hand exactly is the kind of hand that doesn't want to lead, for the reasons that you'll be folding out a lot of hands you have absolutely drawing dead. But overall, for his strategy, a lot of his hands are going to want to donk here, just because he picks up that king way more often than the button does.
Look at this from Fat Nguyen.
He's carving out a massive bet here, and oh, actually, it's not quite that big. It's only 120k. He's going for a third pot. It looked huge because he
using all the small chips.
flopped out a pile of chips.
Do you think that's psychological at all when you pull out the big towers of the smaller chips?
I have I'm not too sure. I suspect. Now, I might be benefited from being able to view the cards, but I suspect this may be a sign of weakness here, that he's elected to put those big chips out. Just because it feels like he was trying to make a big bet, but ended up being not that big relative to the size of the pot. And if you have a good hand, that doesn't feel quite that natural, but that could just be me being crazy.
8 of spades in the river.
And
if Fat Nguyen fires the third barrel here for an all-in, Cale Burns is going to be in the absolute nightmare spot.
he is. And the problem that Cale's going to be thinking about is he has a lot of flushes, and he's got a lot of king X. Maybe he might raise some king X on the turn versus that small sizing, but calling is still perfectly reasonable. And you'll very quickly be finding yourself that this ace is actually close to the bottom of Cale's range. And it's really interesting to see what he does here. This is a scary spot to bluff because, as I said, Cale has every flush here. He has, because you bet so small on the flop and so small on the turn, there's very few flush draws that Cale will be folding. And normally in this spot, if I'm in this spot, I like to at least have one spade in my hand just to reduce that likelihood a bit and make Cale have a little bit more, ace nines and stuff like that. He does
go
jam.
for
He
it.
puts him in the spot.
Cale Burns in the absolute nightmare scenario.
This is sick.
So this is going to be an all-in for Cale Burns. If he finds this call, going to full double.
He's going to have a huge stack, and it's going to be a huge problem for the people on the table. Now, I don't know what hands have been going on previous to this. Obviously, Fat has accumulated a huge stack. He has done that through either running good or playing a lot of big pots. Now,
It seems like there's some history here, right?
it does seem like
from
that.
earlier in the day.
It does. Even considering calling here is...
Yeah, I mean, if you're Cale Burns, you're going to have trips here. You're going to have flushes here. Ace Deuce is going to be one of the weaker hands in your range.
Absolutely is. I actually can't really think of a weaker hand in his range. Can you?
Queen Jack of Diamonds.
Queen Jack of Diamonds. That's one
Jack
combo.
10 of Diamonds.
Jack 10 of Diamonds. Yep. So that's maybe 2 or 3 combos of worst
Yeah,
hands.
not
And then
many.
Ace Deuce is kind of the
Pretty much
worst
the
hand.
next one down.
And this is
Maybe there's some 7x of Diamonds hands.
7x of Diamonds hands. That's another one.
7, 8 of Diamonds.
Yeah,
or...
very few combos of those ones.
Yeah, I
because
mean-
it was a limp and then ISO preflop. So Kale's not going to have something like 7-3 of Diamonds that often, I don't think. So he will have some suited connected 7x, but then Ace Deuce is just right up there. So I think the main question that Kale's asking himself now is how often does that C-bet a king on the flop? Some players will find a very natural check back with King Queen, King Jack, King 10. Other players might say, I'm just range betting this board because it's my board.
It's good for me, yeah.
Yeah, and then turning the king and continue to go. I will say, I think this spot is probably underbluffed because when that king turns and you're the impotent player, you're obviously thinking
It's hard to find obvious bluffs, right?
Absolutely.
Other than the hands that we just named for him, the Queen Jack of Diamonds, Jack 10 of Diamonds.
And he does find the fold.
And he
I
finds the
don't blame
fold.
him at all.
What a play from Fat Nguyen.
That's just quite sick. That's some street poker right there. No blockers, no, just heart. That's
yeah.
it.
Just putting the best player in the field, maybe the best player in the country,
Just
in
in
the
the bin.
blender. Saying, this is, I'm the chip leader, this is my table, bow to the king.
And he'll love to look back. He'll love to look back at that hand, and
That's one to show your grandchildren, right?
yeah, absolutely.
This is the time I bluffed Cale Burns on stream. Melbourne Millions main event. I
Yeah.
was chip leading. Should have shown that hand. Yeah, you could consider doing that, right? Now, the problem is it's very difficult to tilt someone as experienced as Cale Burns. He's going to take it on the chin.
I think if you show your hand in that spot, all you're doing is you're delaying the information. So you're
Speeding up the...
speeding up the information reaching Cal by 20 minutes, and that's all you'll be doing. He's not going to tilt by any stretch of the imagination. He will, in fact, probably use that information against you, obviously, that be like, wow, you're probably bluffing too much in that spot.
I'll tell you, work on me, though. If someone showed me that bluff, I'd be pissed.
You'd be pissed?
I don't know. These
Okay.
days, I just enjoy playing poker so much, I don't really get upset anymore, but...
You heard it here first, folks. If you bluff Josh in a big pot, please turn the hand over.
Yeah, show it. And I'm not allowed to be upset at you publicly.
Yeah, he has to just take it on the chin. He'll be stewing in his own brain, and only you'll know that he's stewing about it too. So
Shout out to Sam Sewell in the chat. Super high level commentary. Much
thank you
love.
very much. I'm here with the 970 on the button. Reasonable fold, especially with Cal
Off
in the small
16
blind.
bigs and Kale to your left. It's quite an awkward spot. So I'm bluffing with the beers now. Or
You promised those beers. Everyone in chat saw it.
yeah.
You're obliged.
We have the records. Kale does opt for the limp with the 9-4.
And I think what this is a function of the fact that Kale thinks that he's not getting isolated enough pre-flop, and he thinks he has a post-flop edge. So with those two things combined, a hand that would normally be a fold, he's decided to complete it here. Oh no, D-King's, he's beefing. You might get a ban if you don't bring those beers. I'm handing him out like
Or
candy.
did I?
Kale, just complete no equity. Decides to check.
Does give up.
Might be going for the Del Vecchio double delay
The-
or single delay. We'll see what happens.
Shout outs to Mikey D. He is also, I believe, just had a baby or about to have a baby.
Everyone's having a baby. And this is a turn where I expect Kale to blast his chips off. He's got that 9 of clubs, very relevant in these blind v blind spots where this gentleman probably will check back 9-8 down to 9 deuce of clubs, which have all turned a gut shot and a flush draw. He also blocks some jack 9s that are sneaking about. And I think that this gentleman with his queen 3 is about to be in a very tough spot on the river. He's going to call the turn. Cal going for a half pot bet sizing here.
Yeah, Del Vecchio having a kid in April, so congrats to the Del Vecchio family as well.
Oh, and Kale spikes it.
What a river for Cale Burns. And he's going to feel like he effectively has the nuts here. Not going to be a lot of backdoor club combos, and very few ace-X in his opponent's range as well, given the
Exactly.
pre-flop action.
Now, this is where the 9 of clubs makes him feel really comfortable. All those 9-8 through 9 deuce of clubs that this gentleman could have, he actually can't because Cal has that card in his hand. And a lot of ace-X pre-flop is going to be jammed. He does elect to check, though.
Maybe he thinks that there's not much value you can target. Wants to give his opponent some rope.
There's not many 2 pairs here because a lot of these 2 pairs are going to be isolating pre-flop. King, queen, king, jack, king 10, jack 10, queen 10. They're all an answer. He just checks back his queen, which is pretty reasonable. And Cal's going to win a nice little pot here. Nice little setting pot after folding the ace deuce. And like I said, this table's come to play. That hand with the Fat Nguyen. Hard to do it sometimes. got one of the best players in Australia staring you down, decide to pull the trigger with a no equity bluff like that. You love to see it.
Probably a pretty good bluff.
One all or 3-1 Alcros?
What's that?
Did Alcros break back in the first set?
I can't see. I literally can't see.
No, first set Djokovic won, but I'm not sure if that's 1 all or 3-1.
Is there a large field expected in the closer tourney? Is day 2 straight in the money? Day 2 will be much farther than in the money. I think it'll be close to final table, if not final table. I mean, look, to put in perspective of what we're expecting in terms of runners, we added the Blizzard impromptu. Wasn't even on the schedule yesterday, and it got almost 150 runners. So I do expect the $600 price point tends to be one of our most popular. Our 600 Sunday is kind of our landmark tournament throughout the weeks, and the mini main obviously got a 500K prize pool. I think almost 1,000 runners in that. So yes, I do expect 200 plus runners in the closer. Difficult to predict though. Depends on people's schedules, but I think it should be a good one.
Liam opening ace jack of diamonds, very stand open, and Kale decides to flat with ace 10 suited, which I like a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't want to 3-bet because he'd have to call, so he'd have to 3-bet jam, and
If you 3-bet, get jammed on, you're gonna be facing a lot of hands that dominate you. You might occasionally catch a bluff every now and again, like ace 5, ace 6 suited, but you're much more dominated by the offsuit combos, which there are much more of. Ace king, ace queen, ace jack. If ace jack might not start to jam, obviously, but ace queen, ace jack, ace queen, ace king definitely will. So calling, definitely a nice decision here, and everyone flops absolutely nothing,
a whole lot of nothing.
as I like to say.
Do expect to see a continue from Liam Jehu a fair bit of the time here.
He's got overcards and a backdoor flush draw. You also might like to check just to keep in a hand like Kale's. You know, ace 10, ace 8, ace 7 suited. Even a hand like jack 10, if you see bet, might just follow the flop if it doesn't have a backdoor flush draw, or if you bet too big. So ace jack's one of those hands where anything can really go either way.
Does opt for a bet. Now if your kill burns, no clubs on the board.
I think when it gets c-bet multi-way with no backdoor flush draw, you just have to find the fold. And
If you're letting go of one of your ace 10 suited combos, this is the one, right?
yeah.
That is going to get through for Liam Jehu.
One of the problems with calling there with ace 10 suited, as you can see, is you can call and actually be almost value owned by a bluff. Ace king, ace jack, ace king, ace queen. If they're deciding to c-bet and you call and you turn that ace, some pretty bad reverse implied odds there, especially versus early position.
Amir opening it up with the pocket sevens and the hijack. Standard open. Oops, 7 went into the muck from Kilburn, so not ideal if you're Amir. Patrick with the jack 8-0 in the big blind. Do expect mostly to just see a defend here. And that is what we get.
Seat 9 calls.
Going to a flop. Ace 6-9 rainbow.
Seat 9 check.
Bunch of napkins going around for both players. Any chance of more mixed games coming to the Playlive Melbourne tournaments? You must have missed the memo right after our series. So the series ends on Tuesday. We are running a full week-long mixed game series in partnership with Mixed Games Academy, headlined by a 10K horse. And I believe that 10K horse, we're actually working with Poker GFX, who create the software for the streaming table, to see if we can get that live streamed. You have Berkey and Monk in the booth for that one. I don't know anything about mixed games. They've already agreed to do it. But yes, we're going to have a full week of mixed game tournaments going on every single day. So if you are a fan of the mixed games, check out Mixed Game Academy. Shout out to the Prince of Poker, Mr. Shannon. Absolute legend of a man. They do an amazing job. We've actually had mixed game satellites running throughout our series as well. Up in the back area of the venue, we have a kind of dedicated area for satellites and mixed games. Shannon's been running them consistently throughout the series. I think he's run a triple draw, a Dramaha satellite. He's run a stud high-low satellite, stud 8. And yes, I mean, it's going to be amazing. All different price points there from low to high. Headlined by that 10K horse. I think he's got some big names lined up coming for the horse as well. So can look forward to that.
Seat 2 calls. Seat 3 calls.
Yes, this is the first 10K horse in Australia in many, many, many years.
Seat 5 raises. 48,000. Seat 6 calls.
Yeah, welcome back to Lukey. There's some questions in the chat about the mixed game lineup. If we were gonna have mixed games, and I said Trixie in the chat says first ever. So there you go. That's a first ever 10K horse on the lineup. Aussie Millions back in the day was only a 2.5K, so it's gonna be new ground for the Melbourne mixed games community.
Are there Saddies running into that, or like what's the?
Yeah, they've run some already. Shannon's been running the Saddies kind of throughout the.
They're 1K. They're 1K Saddies.
Yep.
Maybe I'll flick one in. I've just started playing mixed games recently. I'm not the best at them by any stretch of the imagination, but they are fun. So
Very fun.
if I can Saddy in, I'm not gonna DBI into a 10K horse tournament. But if I somehow find a satellite in, I might just play it.
You can cash buy in. Anything over 10K in Australia is subject to OzTrack verification, so we do have to make a record of that. But yeah, as from the player's perspective, won't be any different to your normal buy-in experience. Just a little bit more compliance work we got to do on our side.
Shout outs to Eugene. Known him for a long time as well.
Trixie.
I've known him. Yep, I think so. I started playing. He was on one of my first ever final tables of the Aussie Millions, the accumulator event.
In Hold'em.
In Hold'em. He used to play that back then. I remember on the final table bubble, he won a huge flip against me. I had pocket deuces against his ace 10 suit. I don't know if he remembers that, but if he does, he won quite the big pot off me. And then yeah, I think I can't remember where he came in that tournament. I think I came 10th or 9th.
That was the year before we FT'd that together, right?
He recalls. There you go. I think that was my first year ever playing.
So it would have been, what, 2017?
2017, yes.
Seat 5 calls.
We really did start at the same time.
Seat 6 calls.
I was just a little bit younger than you.
I remember you guys, I thought I was so old back then, you and Josh. Because, you know, when you're 24 and your friends are 22, you're like, stick with me, kid. You know? Have you seen that meme of like the first grader with all the kindergartners on the playground?
Yeah.
That's how it feels.
That's what I feel. Yeah,
Looking back
exactly.
on it, you know.
And honestly, sometimes it kind of is like that. The difference between a 22-year-old and like a 25-year-old, it's quite a big.
It is.
It's a big step up in maturity. I don't know what it is. Maybe it is that brain development that they're talking about, or whatnot. But
shout out to Taylor in the chat. Let me figure out that average stack number for you right now.
yep, Eugene. I think I was under the gun one, but yes, you are correct, and I think that was a mistake. Now you were right. Good job, Eugene. Credit to you. You were absolutely correct in that spot. I don't disagree now. I completely agree with you. I think I should have been raised in that spot.
So average stack, just a hair over 1,021,000.
And it was actually into aces, not kings. So I was extra cooked.
Zero.
I still remember that hand.
chance to win.
I jammed. So I was under. I think it was under the gun one. I open jammed 18 bigs, and the guy was literally right next to me. He was under the gun two, and I felt the table jolt when he looked at his cards, and I was like, I'm in trouble.
Yeah. I know I've told you this story before, but for the stream's benefit, I once played a tournament at the Bike in LA, and there was a guy on my table that every time he got aces would stand up out of his chair and then ask what the blind levels were. So that's probably the most obvious live read I've ever seen. A little bit of professional advice for everyone in the chat. Don't do that.
Folks, if you have aces, please remain in your seat.
And he got aces 3 hands in a row, and he kept showing it. So the first one, he stands up. I'm like, what is this guy's deal? Shows his aces. I'm like, wow, he literally just stands up because he's so excited. The very next hand, he peels his cards, stands up again, and I have pocket 10s with 7 big blinds. And somehow I found the fold because it was just so obvious he had aces. And he shows his aces again. Everyone on my table was surprised somehow. So it was almost like they were playing with their eyes closed.
That is quite unreal.
Yeah, he actually got aces 3 times in a row, believe it or not. Got 0 action from any of them.
That has never happened to me in my life.
Never made 3 aces in a row?
I don't think I've ever had even 3 aces simultaneously on all my online tournaments
tables.
I'm playing. Yeah.
Do you know if the upcoming series will have ladies events? I do want to start running the ladies event again. There was a bunch of disagreements about what the price point should be. I want to find a way, this is something we can even maybe chat about one-on-one, to like do a poll to all the ladies in the community and just say like, what would you like this event to look like? But yes, absolutely very happy to add it back to the schedule in March.
Do you guys do the thing where if a guy wants to buy in, he has to pay 10x to buy in, or is it just a ladies only kind of thing?
Yeah, I don't know if we have an official policy there. I know that is what WSOP does. That's to get around constitutional restrictions
I was
in
gonna
the
say,
US.
I thought that was by law.
Yeah, United States Constitution does prevent by Title IX, whatever. I'm not going to bore everyone with constitutional law. We're in the wrong country.
Look, I'm not a lady, but if some gentleman wishes to put 10 times the buy-in to participate in the tournament, I think I would be fine with it.
Yeah,
but
at that point you're supporting the prize pool, so.
But if some ladies don't like that because it is a ladies' event, then that's fair enough too.
We did get a snide comment once, which I saw a very funny response to. It was like, well, when's the men's event? And then the response was, every single day. I liked that. That was a good mic drop, smackdown moment.
Poker definitely a male-intensive hobby, I would say.
Getting better, thankfully. And I think of all the rooms in the world, we're very proud of this. I do think we have some of the highest female representation and some very strong players
I wonder
as
if you
well.
got the stats on that, like in your database or whatever. Maybe
a good question.
That'd be interesting to look up.
I don't think we collect that, but I think 400 would work now, considering how big you guys have grown, how far the events have come. Looking forward to chatting. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, I was kind of envisioning something similar in my mind, so that's good to hear. That does make it easier for us to run.
Poker can definitely be intimidating, not even just for women, just for new players
Oh.
in general. I remember when
I freaked out the first time I played.
when I first played poker at the casino, I still remember it. I was literally shaking. I mean,
Oh, me too, yeah.
I remember I was shaking and I looked at my hand. I had pocket jacks, And funnily enough, the lady next to me said to me, "You shouldn't put your cards so high, because other people can see your hand."
Oh wow, nice lady.
She was very
Gave up
nice.
some free EV to help you
Absolutely,
grow a little.
which I was very appreciative of. So yeah, that was like a funny first experience. So yeah, I don't. It's definitely tough to make that jump, but I think once you do, and if the players around you, or like if you're a nice community and they're nice and supporting, it can be. It's definitely a fun endeavor.
Yeah, for people that have never played their first tournament, I think Playlive is one of the best places to do it. We've introduced a lot of people who've had a tertiary interest in poker, maybe tried some small self-dealt, kind of pub poker, want to try the real thing. Well, as you know, in my first ever session in the casino, I did angle shoot one of my opponents. Didn't know what that was. Thought I had pulled a brilliant
thought you got
strategy. Our mutual friend, Mr. Jake Miller, shout outs to Jake. I was telling him the story, regaling him with my success and doubling up. And
Yep, and he said
he took me outside and was like, never ever do that again. He was like, what you did is very bad.
some of the stuff you try in chess tournaments isn't gonna fly in poker.
Correct, yeah.
Poker players take that a little bit more seriously.
Well,
When
it's
you
like different, right?
trying to take EV,
Yeah, squeezing the EV in chess is so rare that when you do it, it's almost like, oh, wow, very clever.
Yeah.
It's like part of the battle. Obviously, in poker, it's, what did I do? I mean, I guess I have to tell the story now. I can't tease everyone.
Yep.
3 million to 1 to get aces 3 times in a row. Damn, yeah. I knew it was something crazy like that. So I had pocket kings, my very first hand. I was asked if I wanted to buy the button. Didn't understand what that was, so I said yes and put some money out so I wouldn't look stupid.
Did you know you had kings at that point?
No.
Okay.
And then get dealt kings, open, get 2 calls, flop top set on like king 5 deuce rainbow, and both check. I bet they both call. Turn is another brick.
Sounds like a good game.
And yeah, and then one of them leads for 50 and the other one calls. And I have this genius idea, quote unquote genius idea. I was like, I'm going to try and raise to 75, knowing that the min raise would be 100. And then these guys will, because they all know I'm brand new. It's very obvious. I was like, then they're going to think I'm a complete moron. And I'll get paid. So I announced a raise to 75. What I did not know was that the dealer then, he's like, no, the minimum raise is 100. And then I'm like, oh, I'd like to just call then. This is my master plan.
Yeah.
Did not know that my raise was binding. So now I've committed to a min raise verbally. Somehow both players jammed. I did triple up. I didn't make them show their hand. The river bricked down and I did show the nuts and top set. And 2 hands later, kings again. Top set again.
And you try the same.
Did not try anything the second time, but did organically cooler a woman set over set. And so I was up like $700 my first 10 minutes of playing. Went to regale the stories to my friend. He gave me a speech and told me maybe I should cash out and take a breather because I was shaking. So did have a winning session my first session. As I was leaving, I was asked by one of the guys that I accidentally angle shooted. And he was like, oh, are you just going to hit and run? Again, have no idea what that is.
Yep.
So I just said, yep, have a great day. And I walked out. So if you want a little bit of a what not to do in poker etiquette, that's a great story.
And he was never invited back.
Yeah, I ended up playing with those guys for a long time. I bought each of them lunch at some point over the years.
And said sorry.
Like, sorry, that was literally my first time playing ever. I had no idea. Kel Burns opening it up here under the gun.
Little mystery hand.
Yeah, I mean, how perfect is this? Sweat the mystery hand against the ace queen and the ace king.
Mark decides to take a flat with ace queen. He definitely could have 3-bet small. He definitely could have jammed. Both options are available. And Liam in the cutoff here with ace king, definitely tossing up his options here between jamming and 3-betting small. The problem with jamming is, not for this hand, but for your range, is that you are 50 big blinds effective with the small blind, who has you covered. So if you did potentially have a bluff here, you don't want to get cooled in that spot where, Fat wakes up with a premium hand. Even if Fat cold 4-bet jammed here, Liam might even find a fold with ace king just because his range is going to be so tight here.
Look at this. Pocket 7s for Costa.
Pocket 7s for Costa. He's in okay shape. He is flipping, but you're up against just such strong ranges right now. Under the gun open, hijack flat versus under the gun open, and the squeeze versus those ranges. going to be in a tough spot. Seems like Kale has a decision here. Costa finds a good fold with pocket sevens. Now Mark, who you said you've had an eye on,
Yeah,
he's in an interesting spot here.
Liam's 3-betting before too, right?
He's getting an amazing price. This spot's a little bit different as he is 3-betting the undergun opener, which he's getting a little bit stronger reach. He does back
Doesn't all
jam.
in. It's gonna be a
and
quick
Liam
call from
calls.
Liam
Yeah,
J.U.
he's gonna see the bad news.
Just a cooler here, I'd say, for Mark Lay.
That would be one of the advantages of 3-betting pre-flop in Mark Lay's spot, where if you 3-bet small and get cold 4-bet jammed on, you can pretty comfortably fold, given how strong the 4-betting range behind is. As played,
Not much you can
not
do.
much you can do. Does fold a backdoor
Does
flush
have
draw
ace
here.
of clubs.
He
Oh,
does
picks
turn
up
it.
some
This is
outs.
play live, so the sweat is going to happen, and he bricks out,
Oh.
unfortunately. So Liam is going to pick up a nice little pot there. That's adding another 500k to his stack. He's approaching 2 million.
GG's for Mark Lay. Massive
GG's.
pickup for Liam Jehu.
And I think he just missed out on the pay jump there, unfortunately.
That's gonna be an extra $600 in everyone else's pocket. 7 on the flop. That's true. Costa would have been the winner.
Oh, I'm sure he's hitting himself.
That's always an annoying spot where you know you made the correct fold. You see the hands, you're like, okay, that sucks because against these exact hands, I would have been down
Of
to get
course.
it in.
But
They're really strong hands, so
I think if I'm like to mentally deal with that, if I was in Costa's spot, I would just imagine if like I had some other donk hand that would make 2 pair. You know, like just say if I had Jack 7, Ace 7 instead, right? Where I'm never even considering getting it in. I still would have won the hand, but I'm realistically never getting that in.
Yeah.
And like with pocket sevens, he realistically is never getting that in.
helps fight off the what if syndrome.
Of course.
Jake famously doesn't watch the all-ins to avoid tilting himself.
I mean, look, I think that's just like see a therapist. Like that's what that is. Like if you can't deal with watching the all-ins, then maybe poker. You know, obviously Jake, an amazing player.
I was about to say, he's doing pretty good.
But like, come on, dude, look at the flop. Like it's.
Poor guy has now gotten heads up for a circuit ring. Wants the ring so badly. I believe you have a circuit ring yourself.
Yes, I do. I did win one in Sydney back in 2019.
He's been heads up for a ring, I believe, 9 times now. 0-9 in the heads up. Has gotten 1 and 2 outed for the match twice.
I hope you haven't told him my stat line. I'm 1 for 1.
1 for 1.
I was heads up once and I won it.
I think last year he actually made the most circuit final tables in America. Made like 27 or
Damn,
37.
it's amazing he finds the time for that, given he is also
A lawyer.
A lawyer.
He called me from Thunder Valley.
He makes me feel bad. I'm just gonna say that. I feel like he grinds more than me, and he has a real job. So
He's also getting married
yes,
in a couple of months.
So, congratulations.
Yeah. Some rumblings about you maybe attending that wedding.
I heard I have been put on the old invite list.
Yes. Caught yourself a +1.
I would love to attend. If my Vegas trip and all that stuff works out. Kale making the defend tier with 7-3 off, 20 bigs. And this is Kale just saying, I think I'm better than you.
I have an edge against everyone.
I am the best player in Australia, so I am gonna call for a min raise. That's what this is. And there's not much you can really do on this flop. He does flop some backdoor stuff.
Some stuff. 3 clubs, 3 to a straight.
The 3 of clubs is quite the irrelevant blocker, I would say. He might be off the invite list once he hears about the 100% strike rate. Well, that's why I'm not telling him till the wedding. And then when I get to the wedding, that's when I rub it right in his face. That's my plan.
It's like, congratulations. By the way, did you know I have a ring? It only took me 1 try.
It was easy.
Yeah, got heads up. The guy donated it firsthand. I was drunk. I barely remember it.
Yeah. I was not drunk for that FT. I was taking it very seriously. It was the biggest buy-in I'd ever played up to that point.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was the 20K.
Oh,
high
right.
roller.
Of course. It was in the
That's
high
what it
roller.
was, yes, 50-person field. the biggest, probably the second biggest score of my career. Definitely catapulted my poker career. That was the tournament where my mum actually thought that playing poker was a real thing, because it was a commentator stream and she got to watch it with her and the family,
And you won.
and I won. Yeah, so that made her a poker fan.
So you had the biggest score of your career this year and your third biggest, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, I had my Bahamas score was the biggest score of my career. I came 17th for 415K.
USD, by the way.
USD.
That goes a little extra ways here in Australia.
I was very close to, and up top was 10 mil, which is all you're always asking yourself those what ifs.
Yeah.
10 mil USD. It's not.
You think you'd still play poker if you won that tournament?
I think I would still play poker. Of course, I love the game. I'm a big fan.
That's great, man. That means you're really doing what you love, you know? Certainly wouldn't need to anymore
Yes,
if you win the
I
Superman.
would, but I think things would be going a little bit differently had I won that, though. Let's put it that way.
I think we'd be moving out of our apartment and into a house.
Very, very possibly.
Although, not sure I actually want to live in a house, but...
And Kale coming in with the open with kings. I like this open with the stack size.
72.
Especially, we're seeing the logic in Kale's play here, where he limped 9-4 because he assumed his opponent wasn't isolating enough pre-flop. If that's the case, then why would you limp top of your range with kings? Am I right? So, and he does get the fold from 6-5, which I think is, look, you're bearing down the face of the best player in Australia and he's going 3x, just let the 6 high go.
Agreed.
Don't blame him at all. I'm sure this is a big spot for that guy.
Where do you land on the don't let the big dog bully you versus just avoid him spectrum? You like to play back when you feel like, when you get a player like Kale, and he's very confident he's the best player on the table, everyone else kind of knows it too. You like to play back a little, let him know, hey, we're going to have to split some of the food going around here, or do you prefer to just take the, let me just avoid the unnecessary battles, play back once in a while, but overall take the kind of path of least resistance?
I am of the opinion that very heavily depends on the table composition. If I'm on a table with that I think I have a very big edge on, apart from Kale, obviously, who is better than me, if anyone was wondering in the chat.
True humility in the booth today.
Yeah, it's a huge admission on my part to admit
Michael
that.
Jordan could beat me at one-on-one basketball.
Yeah, Kale might feel good about hearing that, if he, as I presume he'll be watching the stream later for all my insights. If I'm of the opinion that I'm on a table with a lot of weaker players and like early on a day one, and there's a lot of edge to be gained in other spots, I can see myself, letting him do what he wants to do, and just playing back with the amount that my ego will let me, like I have to do something. I can't just let him completely roll the table over. But I will just try to play as effectively as possible, keeping in mind that there are many better spots to pick up chips at the table. If I'm deep in a tournament where there's 2 or 3 tables left, I'm gonna have to beat him at some point, right? If you're on the table with him. So in that case, I'm just playing my game. I'm gonna play as hard against him as I'm playing against the other player, and
oh, look at this!
This is quite the cooler flop here.
Top pair for Patrick, and the everything draw for Liam Jehu.
Patrick with top pair second kicker actually finds himself behind on this flop versus the straight flush draw of actually it's actually not quite a straight flush draw, but the straight and flush draw
Flush draw
of Liam's. And this is a hand where you just want to build the pot. You would love it.
Luke, who was the hardest player you played against in the Bahamas?
That's a great question. I played against.
You had Alex Boxon on your direct left.
He was chip leading on the bubble.
Got into some battles with Benny Glazer as well.
I did, yeah. Benny Glazer, very nice guy from the brief conversations that I had with him. Who else was some tough players? I played with Sergio Ido, very strong player, and put me in some tough spots. I played with this other Russian player who, and look at this, he just turns the absolute stone cold nuts here. And this is a good card for Patrick's range. He turns a lot of flushes himself. But he's always got to be aware of that nut flush advantage in Liam is opening every single nut flush draw here, pre-flop. So when these flush completes, the equity does shift into the big blind's favor a little bit once they've check called the flop. But also the nut advantage I think is pretty firmly in the EP opener's range. And there's a lot of natural bluffs here too. A lot of overcard back to broadways with one spade to put pressure on the exact type of hand that Patrick has right now.
Two bets, 240.
He goes for a big bet here, looking to go for it all in the river.
240, yep.
And Liam's really polarizing himself right now. Putting Patrick in quite the tricky situation. Yep, he's made a big bet because he wants to set up a 1-to-1 SBR in the river so he can go all in with his nut flush. Another pro tip from the stream, when you have the nuts, you would like to get all your chips in the middle somehow. So, and he does find the great fold.
Wow, well done.
And that's a little bit of a problem when you polarize yourself on a turn like that. It's great when you're bluffing, but when you've got the nuts, sometimes some hands you have in absolute jail, drawing absolutely dead, just fold. Still, nice pot for Liam. Who's the best in Australia?
I think you might be looking at him.
Yeah, I mean,
Him and Adama.
these questions are so hard to answer.
Of course, there's so many strong players.
And it's so hard to know. I mean, like, I think even making like one of my most annoying pet questions that people sometimes ask me is like, you know, who's your top five? You know, like, and I think that's so often people make these lists and they're so often colored by the most recent results. And in tournament poker, the most recent results are almost useless, I would say, in determining how good a player actually is. The variance in tournament poker is just so high. And Kale is definitely a very strong player, though. I will say that. And he's made a lot of deep runs, both live and online. He's got a lot of cashes. I think he's got 20 million in cashes. We'll just get Josh to check that really quickly. I see he's got his phone up right now.
Yep, I am looking at the Hendon mob. Let's see.
I'm going to guess 23 million.
Only? Oh, actually, only 14.6 million.
I've undersold him.
14.6 US.
US.
So that is right around 23 million.
Australian, yeah. And I think Adamo's sitting on like 40 million or something. 30 or 40. Just during the COVID years, before and just after them, the recent spate of those high rollers has really beefed up some of those Hendon mobs.
Yeah, they're kind of inflated now, which I feel like is a little annoying. Stephen Chidwick recently put out a very insightful article for poker.org.
I did see that.
Talked about it. He's obviously currently, I believe, #1 on the all-time money list. 70-something million in cashes. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. He hovers between 1 and 2.
Wow. And I believe he said he's had between 5 to 10 mil profit.
Yeah, he said 5 to 10 million.
Yeah. Which, you know, if you look at these high roller ROIs, he's got 77 million in cashes and 7 million in profit. That's about a 10% ROI, which
for super high roller
in the
fields,
toughest tournament in the world,
right? Makes a lot of sense.
That sounds like he's run pretty on EV, and I'm not sure if that included swaps and all that other stuff.
Yeah, he
but-
was saying it was his net result after all swaps and stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Said he was down a bit in swaps.
But swaps is also part of the variance
In that
poker.
scene, right? Especially, yeah. Currently second in the all-time money list. Was number one recently. 76 million.
Leon comes in with the open with ace 2 suited here. Patrick flats the small blind with king 10-0. I would have liked to have seen 3-bet with this hand, but flat's obviously okay as well versus the button open. And pocket sixes, I definitely would have liked to shove versus button open and a small blind call for 30 bigs effective here. Button's opening a very wide range, and as far as your sixes are concerned, the small blind is effectively dead money. So you can pick up a nice 6-7 big blinds in the pot a vast majority of the time, and even when the button calls you, you're flipping for quite a big stack. Does go the passive route here with the flat with pocket sixes. And now you're going to find yourself in these difficult multi-way spots with a pocket pair. It's a strong hand versus these wide ranges, but a lot of hands have you beat obviously as well.
So we have some questions about what are swaps. So very often, if you're a professional poker player, you'll know a lot of other people that are going deep in the field. And you might, from the beginning, or if you have similar chip stacks further along in the field, agree to swap a small percentage of yourself for a percentage of the other person. So instead of having all of your own action and they have all of theirs, you have, let's say, 90% of yourself and 10% of them, and they have the same 90% of themselves and 10% of you. And that's a way to kind of reduce variance if you have friends that you sort of trust and think are of a similar skill level. Or in my case, from back in the day, if you can guilt trip your friends that know they're better than you into doing it anyway.
And so he finds a tricky. Sorry, just to interrupt that. See,
he
he has to make a fold here with sixes with a gut shot on a very draw heavy board, where if he had just jammed pre-flop, he was picking up that 200k chips in the middle just straight up. He's unfortunately gotten turned and made a good fold, but yeah, I would have liked to have seen a jam there from him, but he lives on.
Onward he progresses.
Swaps are definitely they're a way to mitigate variance, and for me personally, I think they're pretty fun. I'm a big fan of having a sweat in my buddies when they're going deep into a tournament, and I know some people are of the, you know, they get tilted when they swap out a bit and they have to pay out their big score or whatever. I like doing that.
Yeah.
I like paying my friends. I like it when we all win. I like it when they win, especially, and they pay me. Like, it's, you know, it goes both ways. So
Yeah, when you do it with the people you love, it's great.
Thoughts on only swapping once ITM?
We do have some friends that kind of have that policy.
I mean, when you're ITM, your stack is worth quite a lot of money. You know, only 10% of the field left, so it's effectively, on average, going to be worth 10x the buy-in around-ish. Obviously, not quite that due to ICM considerations and stuff like that. I mean, honestly, it's completely up to you. If you want all your action until you're in the money and then want to swap some out when you're in there, you can do that. I personally don't really see that much of a difference when I'm swapping with my really good friends. Doing a series swap as well is quite a good way. You know, if you're in for 20, 30k in the series, having someone, you're inevitably going to have one friend that makes a big cash and at least make the suffering a little bit, reduce the suffering a little bit, you know? And what was the most meaningful tournament win / cash, Luke, that I've ever had? I guess it would be that 20k win in Sydney. It was a 20k buy-in. I've been playing for 2 years at that, or maybe a year and a half at that point. I'd had quite the hot run online that year. That was before online was banned in Australia, for people who remember that. And I guess I was feeling myself a little bit. I think if I had the perspective I have now, I might not have fired a 20k tournament off the bankroll that I had, but
But it worked out.
it did work out, and I ended up winning that. The thing that I liked most about that tournament was what I alluded to before, was how it made my family kind of appreciate poker as a sport rather than a gambling endeavor, which I think a lot of them kind of felt like it was. I don't want to get too deep into like what I was doing back in the day. You know, I was at uni, and my mum had some high hopes for me, in that sense, but and she wasn't too happy when I converted to poker. But that final table and that win really turned her around, which I was very appreciative of.
Cemented you as a real professional.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat asking about their friend also named Luke.
Oh, Luke, yeah, I do know him. I do not know if he is in the tournament. Can we show him? No, we haven't got the tech to go around the other tables quite yet. Come back in 3 or 4 years. I think that's when we'll get the...
the floating cameras.
Yeah, we'll have that on TV and stuff.
Unfortunately, we in the booth have very little control over what happens. In fact, we have some of the least information out of anyone in the venue on a 20-minute delay. So it's live to us and it's live to you, but to everyone else here, they're going to know a bit more.
The only info that we have is that we see people walking up the stairs to enter the deep freeze. So those are the people who...
Yeah, we can sometimes catch people that busted. I haven't noticed any so far.
I think earlier on I was seeing a few people, but yeah, I haven't really seen too many people come up recently. So there is only 71 players left.
Yeah, moving the day along here. Only a couple levels remaining in the day. And then tomorrow we'll come back with about 50 players, if I had to guess. And we'll play down to the final table. And what a final table it's going to be.
They're going to be playing for quite a fair chunk of change, 170k up top. That'd be a
biggest
very
prize
score.
pool we've ever had.
We got a new player at the table here, Jessica Siudu. I believe she may be Rick's girlfriend. Was she the girl on the rail while
I
Rick...
think so, yeah. She was on the rail when he...
Yeah, so for those people who don't know, Rick Shen won the mini main for a sweet 93k score.
Unbelievable.
And,
$600.
Yeah, and she was railing him the whole way, giving him the support.
And we were actually commentating together the whole way till, what, 4:30 in the morning?
And maybe he will give her the same treatment if she happens to make a deep run. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see if it's reciprocated.
Yeah, guys, please don't drop spoilers in the chat about people busting out and stuff. Obviously, people have live information access, but we're living in 20-minute delay world here in the chat, so let's try and keep it spoiler-free. So look at that. I mean, goes from supporting Rick on his big score, and now she's making a deep run in the main herself. That must be a happy day at home.
Absolutely.
Good couple of weeks.
Spoiler, they broke up. Well, they might if he doesn't end up showing the same support, but we'll see.
Yeah.
It's all right. We can meme a little bit in the chat.
Yeah, we all have a sense of humor here. No need to qualify the jokes. No one will be misinterpreted, I promise. This is a safe space.
Yeah, unless you are Rick exactly, we won't believe that they actually broke up.
Yeah. Imagine Rick comes in, he's like, no, we really did.
Yeah, it's like, please stop bringing it up. It's like really hard for me.
We had 14 great years together.
And I got that 93k score and she just left me for some reason. Like, what the hell? Okay, well, I mean, he's obviously a great poker player, so maybe not. We'll see how she plays. We'll see if the poker playing ability matches up. She does take that pot down quite nicely with pocket sixes. Liam again with that aggressive, I'm gonna say an aggressive chip lead defend with 10 deuce. I know that feels odd for me to call a call aggressive, but defending the 10 deuce offsuit versus an open there is definitely not standard. But I think he feels like he can leverage his chip lead into possibly someone who feels like he's less experienced in these deep main event fields. Liam himself obviously very experienced, very good player. He was in the Bahamas as well. I don't know if anyone was following along with his stories and whatnot, but he had a great trip. I think the Poker Pulse podcast had him on, and he
told some stories.
He told some stories. It sounded like a lot of fun.
Hanging out with Carrie Katz on the yacht.
Yep. I woke up in the morning to a message from him saying that he fired the 50k PLO twice, and I was like, what
What are you
What on
talking
what on
about?
earth? I was like, are you trolling me? Like, what on earth happened there? He was not trolling me. He, in fact, did do that. I guess on the back of, I'm going to say Carrie Cat's probably bought some action there.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Some of it, all of it.
Some of that ilk. Oh, and,
Hello. Pocket
picks
aces.
the pocket aces here. And I don't know if you saw a little live tell there from Jessica. When someone looks a little bit interested in my stack in that way, I'm always my senses always tingle a little bit and they perk up.
Yeah. Is a little bit more justifiable because Kale, of course, is quite short, so
And she did just sit down at the table.
still getting acclimated.
She goes for the 3x 3-bet here. I would like to see a little bit of a smaller 3-bet just versus Kale's stack size here of 15 bigs. When you 3-bet to this size, you're essentially saying, if you 4-bet jam on me, I'm going to call. Because the price you're giving yourself is too good to fold almost any hand. And especially with a hand like pocket aces.
Shouts to Poker Pulse in the chat. And to answer Ronnie's question, yeah, we are live on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. We try stream every day when we're streaming. Give us a follow on Facebook, subscribe on YouTube, give us a follow on Twitch. It's free, and we really, really appreciate it. You can catch us on all those platforms, and we can see all three of the chats, so if you ever want to say hi, give us a buzz.
I wonder what Kale is considering here. This player did just sit down the table, so I presume they have no prior history unless they have played on the table before. He does just make the fold.
Makes a good laydown.
Like I said, when she throws to that size, he can't really call, right? So it's either jam or fold. And if he does jam, she's essentially committed to calling off with her entire range. So it doesn't really leave that much room for Kale to 4-bet bluff if he wants to. And he doesn't, and he does make the good laydown.
Does it cost much to run the stream each day? It sure does. 600 Sundays streamed every week. Yeah, we have been talking about whether that's feasible. I am hoping to stream at least once a week, so I do think it's fairly likely we'll do something like that. Definitely not cheap to run the stream. The decks themselves extremely expensive, and of course have to pay our wonderful stream operators for doing all the hard work. Mr. Johnson, 69 players left. I assume I'm getting baited into saying that, given that it is in the top right corner, but you win, sir. That is 69 players left. We'll definitely have more of the invitational games with some creators. Chalky Dan and the Misfit Minds boys absolutely loving the place, especially with how good he's been running. And he told me his journey won't be complete until he gives some of the money back.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll have to, maybe I'll find my way in that cash game. It looks like a lot of fun. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. How does this tournament work? Do you just need the most money? I'm not sure how to answer that question. Maybe a bit inexperienced to poker, but works the same as any poker tournament. There's a set buy-in, and then you play for survival. You can see the payouts rolling on the bottom of your screen, so what amount players get paid for each place. First place always going to take home the biggest prize. You can think of it like a golf tournament or a chess tournament, tennis tournament. Further you go, the more you make.
With it skewed towards being a very top-heavy payout structure. So the deeper you go, it kind of exponentially increases. Well,
Yeah, first place will usually be about 15 to 20% of the prize pool. You'll see 17% here. So not as top heavy as some places. They don't want crushers of the invitational game.
how about crushers who've had 7 beers? Would they want that perhaps?
That might open up some invites.
Yeah, it could do. Kale with the open off 11 bigs, King Jack offsuit, and Leon has made a call with Ace Jack here in +2. think I would have liked to see a 3-bet from Leon pre-flop here. He has like the call and kept in a worse hand, which is obviously advantageous. Kale's going to be thinking that Leon has a very pair dense heavy range here. A lot of pocket 7s, pocket 8s, those kind of hands, and that includes pocket 9s, pocket 6s, which have completed the set. That being said, he has close to the bottom of his range, and people in live tournaments do generally tend to flat these spots a little bit too loose.
20? Yeah. 65,000.
So he might be trying to leverage that by just making a c-bet here and trying to take it down the flop.
Any plans in the future to expand in Australia? Can't say anything just yet. Still early days, but
Something may be cooking.
always have big plans. The dream of any startup is to grow and take over the whole world. In my head, I think I'm going to buy WSOP one day. So, but we're taking it one day at a time. We're just very grateful to be in the position we're in so quickly. Less than a year old, running what I believe to be the best live stream in Australia. I think all the people in the chat would hopefully agree.
Yeah. One's in the chat if you agree, and ban if you don't.
Yeah.
Kale does get floated here by the ace-jack. Already quite the ugly spot. And this queen is quite the ugly card for ace-jack. If he was ahead of a hand like king-queen or queen-jack or ace... Oh, well, ace-queen actually had it beat. But yeah, those kind of hands, they've now catapulted to the head. King-jack is kind of the only hand which ace-jack was beating. And Kale's got less than pot behind here right now. I think this is a really good card for his range. He's got way more queen X than this gentleman does. And now those lower pocket pairs that I was talking about, if they weren't a set, they're in... They find themselves in a really tough spot.
Oh, that's cool. Shoutouts to George. He cashed the first ever opening event, and he was the first person out.
No, that was the trivia question that someone asked us on the stream.
Oh, that's
stream the other
true.
day. Someone asked us who was the first ever person to cash. I guess old George here, unless he's trolling us. I do know it was a $400 buy, and he may be forgetting that detail.
No. Opening is a 300. He's right.
Oh no, he cashed for 600. That's what he's saying. Oh, yes,
2x
yes,
the opening.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Does get it through with the
I
King Jack. Very nice from Kale Burns. I believe they are playing. It is currently 15K, 30K. We'll be completing this level, and then
two more levels after
two
that?
more
Or is it
levels
one
after
more?
that.
2 hours.
Yep. Oh wow, they answered. How? Can they hear us? Liam, if you can hear me, tap the table if you need saving.
Good news for you. Sit down. First couple of hands, not bad, not bad.
Oh, okay. Apparently we are mistaken in that is not Rick's girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
Different
Well,
person. So apologies there.
Looks like
She was kind of off on the rail, so it was a bit hard to
it's a bit hard to see.
Similar hairstyle.
I do know that Rick's girlfriend was a poker player,
Yep.
so that's why I.
And was
thought it
very
her.
supportive. Stuck all the way till 4:30 in the morning. So Jess is just going to be a lone wolf in this all.
Yep. You got me, guys. I'm getting cancelled for that one, actually. Josh is very quickly trying to find a replacement right now.
Yeah. And wow, guys, we're going to have Josh Monk in the booth. It'd be different if she was on the table, but you know, you can barely see people on the rail.
It would also be different if I hadn't had 6 beers right now. Nah.
He's exaggerating. It's only been 3.
Yeah. Just whatever the responsible amount is for the amount of time we've been commentating for.
That's the number. Liam Jehu, open it up with the Jack 8 suited.
That's what I think it was too. Yeah, let's go with that.
I love this country. Costa with the pocket sixes does just opt for a call here. Very surprised to see that.
I would have liked to have seen a jam here of 12 big blinds. Again, pocket sixes, we saw that spot earlier. You're just going to be in a very tough spot on most flops, unless you flop the set. And you're not really deep enough to go for a set mine. This might be the kind of spot where you just want to take your fold equity pre-flop and jam it in. That being said, you're on the button with position. That also peels the small. This is another problem with flatting pocket sixes. You let the blinds complete with some speculative hands, and Amir here might feel like he can make a jam. He does call. I think I might have just ripped in the king jack here.
I like my greedy jams in those spots with the blockers.
Yeah, you got a very
When
loose.
you get it through, you just make
you
so
just do.
much.
You got a very loose open from Liam in the cutoff. We know he's opening a lot of hands. A 12 big blind flat. Sure, you can have aces. That might be a hand you might be considering, but at the same time, there's a lot of speculative hands he could also be flatting with.
And this is why I don't like the sixes flat from Costa, right? He does have the best hand here, but just so difficult for him to know that, for him to navigate.
He's gonna, like, he just has to see bet here to protect. He has to just bet here to protect his hand, and he does. I like this bet. But if someone did have a queen, he would have got now flopped here. He does. He should get this through. So it's actually worked out for him. He's gotten the best of both worlds, where he's gotten to win. Well, I mean, he's actually gotten better than that because the blinds have flatted, and he gets to win their calls as well.
He's going to get a full double here just about.
Almost, yeah. He picks up 8 blinds off an 11 big blind stack.
Guys, if you have yellow chips, can I get you to please touch the
So the floor is coloring up the 1K chips. This is when you know you've gotten deep in the tournament, right? When the yellows get colored up, I feel like there's a couple of key milestones where you feel like you're starting to run deep. One is the color up of these kind of bigger chips that early in the day, on day one, would have been considered some of the bigger chips in play. And then there's kind of those next milestones of when a min raise is a starting stack, then the big blind becomes a starting stack.
3, 5, 9, 12, 19, playing for 4.
Back in the day when we still used the ante chips, before the evolution of the big blind ante, sometimes you get to a spot where an ante was a starting stack. That's how you know you were really deep in the tournament. That is Nathan. That is our.
It's good. Queen. It's good. Oh, another 8. Sorry, I saw the 4.
So C8, sorry, C4, C6,
Win the big one.
yeah, when the big, did you have 4, 4, 6, 8.
Big one, is it? Big one?
Yep, 15, 30, yeah.
Yeah, I know, it's wild, isn't it?
$1,500.
Yeah, I know, that's $1,500.
Yeah, sooner or later, one big blind is $1,500.
Yeah, I know.
Crazy, hey.
But I was just complaining before. 3 million. Fuck me. Wasn't super tough, but like, yeah. Oh, actually, no, that no, I didn't. Had a pair, but I didn't. Pair's still.
Thank you, whoever caught the mute.
So,
Yeah, the big blind ante.
it's one of those things that was. It seems so obvious now that we have it,
Yeah.
Back in the day, that everyone used to give a very small portion of their chips to the middle of the table. So
It
like,
was so annoying. There was always that guy in your table that forgets, even though you have to do it every hand.
so like instead of there being a 30k ante in this situation, I guess every player would have to throw in 5k from their stack, which obviously slowed the table down a huge amount. Made playing tournaments probably just not as fun and quick and easy as it is now.
And you had to read the clock, and it was always so difficult because the antes would fluctuate.
It seems so obvious in retrospect, right?
One of my favorite tweets of all time is the greatest evidence of human evolution is the big blind ante.
Whoever posted that is too poker pilled.
Why do we need any antes? Antes are very important in tournament play.
We were just talking about this earlier, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, when you only have the small blind and the big blind with a 1.5 blind incentive, you are incentivized to play quite tight. And on top of the ICM pressure, forcing people to play tighter in a lot of spots as well, without antes, tournaments would become a snooze fest. You'd have people absolutely knitting it up. That would be the only way to play as a professional player if you were, just trying to maximize your EV. But when you add the ante into the mix, that extra big blind, when you look at the math, if you run it through a solver, it's insane how much of a difference it makes, right?
The way the ranges change, yeah.
Ranges completely open up.
I mean, you can just compare a cash game opening chart to a tournament opening chart, and you'll see. Cash games do have that additional rake taken from the pot that tournaments don't have, so there's an additional factor there so it doesn't make it quite 1-to-1, but it's still like a decent point of comparison where you can see how tight you're supposed to open in a cash game versus how loose you're supposed to open in a tournament. And I think that's one of the reasons why players like pros and recreationals alike prefer tournaments, honestly.
They're just more fun.
They're just more fun, yeah. You just get to play more hands. And
antes are starting to find their way into some cash games around the world, though. I do expect in the next 10, 20 years for that to become the norm. I think people are getting a little bit sick. PLO sort of spawning out of the frustration with no limit hold'em cash games being so slow and boring.
And antes are another kind of reaction to that as well.
Yeah, for folks that want to spice it up a bit but do want to keep playing with 2 cards.
I'm assuming PLO with antes is the next degenerate step that will eventually take place.
Do you know my theory about PLO 8?
No, I don't.
Okay, so I've told this a couple times on stream. So originally PLO had 4 cards, then 5 card became popular. Now you can find PLO 6 card online. So inevitably, we're heading in a certain direction where PLO 7 and 8 card are going to come, and people are just going to play quadruple suited hands only. Now, PLO 8, that's already a mixed game, right? That's PLO high-low. So that game is going to get permanently renamed as it's banished to the basement. You won't be able to find PLO. Like, you'll tell people you play 4-card PLO, and they'll think you're a boomer, you know?
Course.
Like, oh, 4, it's so boring. You only make a straight flush like 10% of the time.
Yeah, the funny thing about I do play a little bit of PLO, mainly 4 cards, and I kind of find that as you increase the number of cards, it actually sometimes paradoxically increases the nittiness or nut peddling of the game.
That's true.
So
Hard to progress without like a 3rd nut flush draw in 6-card PLO. You're not really drawing to much.
So maybe the PLO 8 might be kept on the back burner, but I guess we'll see. Kale here with the ace-9 suited on the button. does cover the small blind. Wow, and this is just a straight up cooler. I think Patrick is gonna find a rejam here, and Kale, with such a strong hand on the button, is just gonna have to call. Unless he has some sort of read from the previous table that we didn't see. Obviously, you're gonna be opening very wide in the button here. He does actually go for an induce, which I think is pretty interesting. Not something you see very often with a hand like ace queen offsuit. He obviously expects to make a play like this. He obviously expects Kale to 4-bet bluff or get in a lot of hands that a lot of players in this tournament otherwise wouldn't. I do like this this choice here. Let's see if he gets vindicated. If Kale jams, then he's definitely made the right play. If he just calls, he does just call. So he's actually missed out on some value by rejamming here. Kale is just too good.
Can we please one day have a bomb pot tournament? Look, selfishly, I would love that.
And he outflops him too. Wow.
The problem with the bomb pot tournament is it is a huge pain in the butt for the dealers. A lot of chops.
And an SPR of 1. I think Kale's getting stacked here. Patrick just... He gets jammed on. I don't know what he should/will do. I think the pot's just so huge. You might just have to put the chips in, but...
With the ace queen,
with
yeah.
the ace queen,
Two
but-
overs.
Yeah, but again, just beating all the draws. But like, let's just see what Kale decides to do here. I think jam and call are both considerable. He's obviously never folding. Once you peeled this hand pre-flop and flopping a hand as strong as middle pair, top kicker at this SPR. Now he's just wondering, if I jam, are those ace king, ace queens going to call me, or do I just want to call and try to call them? I'm not sure how wide he thinks. He does just go for the jam here. And yeah.
Leaves one chip behind. Is there a pay jump
Patrick's hating this.
consideration? And just a nightmare spot if you're Patrick. Oh.
You're beating some hands. You're beating queen 10. You're beating king queen with a diamond. If that doesn't decide to 4-bet jam pre-flop.
Some ace X of diamonds hands.
Yep. You're beating some of those hands, which obviously Kale can have, given that he flatted ace 9 suited pre-flop. I suspect if this was an online tournament, those suited ace X hands would probably be going in pre-flop rather than played as a flat. But given it's a live tournament, Kale's decided to go for the more passive route with ace 9 suited in particular is a nice one to call, dominating a lot of those bluffs. If Patrick does elect to have the ace X offsuit as a bluff here.
So next pay jump is until 54, so no pay jump considerations here. Just playing for chips. 59 remaining currently. Still a couple levels left to play tonight.
This is one of the risks that you take when you don't decide to play your hand as a 3-bet jam. Obviously, it's actually kind of worked out for him. If he decides to fold here, he would have fully doubled up Kale rather than chipping him up in the small spot. If Kale did have a hand like queen 10 suited or king queen and gets this jam through, it's an absolute disaster for ace queen to bet fold against that hand, right? When it could have just jammed pre-flop and taken it down, or even jammed pre-flop and gotten a call from maybe even a hand like king queen, just being 18 bigs effective. I think I actually don't know what he's getting such an amazing price here, huh? Almost 4-1. Maybe around 3 to 1 actually. Yeah, just in between, like 3.5 to 1 or something. Don't have to have that much equity. Kale has his hand absolutely crushed with ace 9 here. He just folds it.
Very
Great
nice
fold.
fold.
So he actually did, funnily enough, end up saving money versus a rejam, which is quite... It's one of those funny spots in tournament poker where... not necessarily that was the correct play, but he got rewarded for making...
The non-standard.
The non-standard 3-bet induce. And credit to... Kale kind of punished him for it by just flatting ace-9 suited where he would have called a rejam. But then Patrick manages to get away from the flop where he would have been drawing quite thin. Another thing going through his mind was I probably don't want to double Kale up and with a marginal hand like this and have him with a huge stack on my table, you know?
That's for sure. And look at this.
Well, here's the actual cam that I was alluding to the fact
We were joking about this earlier.
Yeah, about not having this cam.
And the tech team have found a way
to
produce a wide angle of everyone still
go.
alive in the main event. How's that for 1 week old production value, huh? Shout outs to them.
You love to see it.
How cool are those cameras? Full 360 degree tilt. Now they are mounted on brackets, so not full 360, but they are capable of the full 360. The zoom on them's insane. When we first installed them, I zoomed all the way into my own eyeball just to see what that would look like. And man, you can see like all the little colors and the specs.
That's awesome.
I think it does like 50x zoom or something. Shout out to APS in the chat.
Looks like a Spiritual Tradie podcast needs Tinder and not a poker stream, from what I'm seeing.
Might be in the wrong place.
Might be.
So Amir here opens it up with the Jack-8 suited and the hijack. Leon on the button with Queen-Jack suited. Does find the jam. I do like this.
I like this jam as well. And this is a jam that a lot of players at the table aren't going to be finding, so I'm a big fan of this. And
A
Amir,
snap fold from Amir.
I like that. I actually like that min raise from him. If you think about what your opening range is there, you've got 12 bigs. You're going to be open jamming a lot of hands. I think Jack 9, Jack 10 suited to be the bottom of your jamming range. So it makes sense to me to include a min raise with Jack 8 suited. Just a hand that's a little bit too weak to open jam. Didn't quite work out from this time. If he had jammed the Jack 8 suited there, he would have gotten the fold out of Queen Jack suited, I believe. Yeah, nice play by Leon there.
Yeah, very nice.
I respect it. Put your tournament life at risk with Queen High. Sometimes you get the fold. That's the benefit of making those kind of rejams. Yeah, a lot of people in the chat showing the respect for the 360 cam. Well, that was more of a 120 cam, but it can go 360. We promise. We promise.
It's attached to a pole, so if it went all the way around, it would just smack into the pole. But yeah, camera's pretty remarkable. Have a six camera setup here.
What's the craziest hand of the series so far?
Oh man,
I know what I'm thinking, but you tell me what your guess is.
Look, there was the deuce on the river to make Jen bubble the 2K.
Oh, that was brutal.
There's the Katie Lowe deuces bluff.
That was my pick.
Into the kings of Daniel Desmond. Main event, former main event champion here, and second place in that mini main on that final table.
And he managed to get the fold out of that hand. That was quite the sick play.
Yeah, an actual legendary bluff from Katie Lowe. There's been some iconic ones, I have to say.
It's only been a week old.
And there's just been some...
Even that Jack 9 bluff by Fat there was
Yeah, Fat Nguyen bluffing Kale Burns off top pair.
the bomb pot with 5-3 suited versus aces. Surely that's got to be.
Oh, yes.
That was sickening.
I should write some of these down.
They want some cameras in the commentary box.
Yeah, we are actually talking about getting that. I have to figure out where we'd put it. Probably just put one on a tripod somewhere in the room.
Need to work out the commentary budget first before we commit to
Yeah.
just putting cameras everywhere.
Again, camera's not cheap. Running the stream, not cheap. If you do want to support us, you can do it without spending a penny. Follow on Facebook. Subscribe on YouTube. Follow us on Twitch. Share the stream. Like it. Give us a shout out. So many amazing people worked unbelievably hard to make this a reality. Months of effort designing the tables, camera setups, mounting the bracket, putting up the background, building the table, the chairs. I mean, it's amazing just
They've
how
done a
much
great
effort
job.
goes into
They
this.
really have. Everyone's done a great job here. And I haven't really done anything. I've just kind of like moseyed on into the commentary booth and taken advantage of all the.
That's called nepotism, baby. He does wake up camera ready. It's true. Just use an iPhone for the comm box. Yeah, not that simple. Remember that the live feed does have to feed into the stream. So everything here is hardwired, running upstairs to downstairs through the ceiling. It's unbelievably complicated. If it was as simple as just popping our phones up and getting us on stream, we absolutely would. But it does take some legitimate engineering to get it going compatibly. We are streaming in 3 places at the same time.
Got an interesting spot here with Jessica. She's played some nice hands so far. She's definitely going to feel like she has the best hand on that river. I believe it was an open on the button, check flop, and Patrick has decided to bet the turn with absolutely no showdown. He's gotten check called. And on this river, he definitely feels like he doesn't have the best hand, that's for sure. He's got absolutely no showdown. Does he decide to bluff? There are a lot of one club hands that he can fold out. Some that he's ahead of, some that he's not. You know, Queen Jack with a club, obviously he can fold out and he's ahead of. If Jessica didn't elect to bet the turn with that hand. Some, you know, King Queen, King Jack. Actually, every offsuit king basically in these positions. BBB button, right? So she can even have something like, you know, King 5 with the King of Clubs that actually has King Deuce pipped. So he does decide to go for a bet here, and Jessica just can't fold, and she actually beats value here, quite easily. So I think she's gonna find a pretty easy call here. Oh, weird coloration on the stream now. He is not repping a flush. When the flop goes check and he bets here, he's repping a hand like King 8, a hand like Pocket 9s. I think even a hand like Pocket 7s can make 2 value bets here just on this exact run out. Just because you probably expect someone to bet a lot of their 8x on the turn once it goes check on the flop. So for that reason, that's why I think Jessica can't fold. He will have some flushes, obviously. That check back the flop for balance purposes, or maybe because he didn't want to get check raised at the stack size. And she does make the good call here.
Very nice call from Jessica.
Very
She's
nice
going to
call.
be
And he just mucks his hand.
excited to take that one down. That's going to be a huge pot for her. She's really chipped up quite a bit.
I like that bluff, knowing that he's got no showdown.
Should be a snap. Yeah, in these spots deep in the main event on stream, you're not going to see a lot of snap calls.
Yeah, you did see me make a snap fold with Ace Queen incorrectly on the Mystery Bounty stream. So that might tell you the danger of making snap decisions.
Yeah, always good to take your time in these huge spots. Players are playing for quite a lot of money today.
And we do have the benefit of seeing the cards. I know I've said that. I'm sure I said that today. I've said that a couple times though. makes it quite easy to know what to do. But yes, she just thought it through for a little bit and made the correct call. I think Maddie's made a comment in the Twitch chat setting here. He's aiming to get the comms camera running tomorrow.
Uh-oh. That means I'm going to have to shower. Jokes.
He doesn't smell that much, guys.
Actually, a big fan of showering. I'm a multiple showers a day type of guy, which I've heard isn't necessarily good for your skin. But just love it, man. I don't know.
Feels good in there.
I love my shower in particular.
Seat 4 boards. Seat 5 boards.
Oh, look at this.
Kale picks up the pocket jacks here. He's chipped up quite nicely after that ace-9 of hearts hand.
Dealer's super slick. Yeah. Shout outs to Gem, one of the best dealers in the world. If, if aliens came to Earth and they were like, put on a home game or we'll blow up the planet and the dealer better be good, I think Gem's the guy I'm putting out there.
He's definitely up there. I mean, I wouldn't feel in trouble if he was dealing, that's for sure.
And I feel like he just wouldn't even be nervous, right? Most people would be like, fate of humanity in my hands. I feel like he'd just get up and just do his normal thing, Just like, hey guys, well, hope you enjoy the game. Here we go.
I mean, what's he got to worry about? He looks 30 and he's 48.
I know. He's doing some. I want to say it's all just good genes, but he eats really healthy and he does a lot of smart things. But definitely aspirational.
Liam makes a defend with 10-8 offsuit here. That's a covering stack. Seems pretty standard to me. And I think on this kind of board, Cal's going to be making a lot of C-bets.
50,000. Seat 2 boards.
It does look like Liam put it instantly in the bin from Kale's reaction.
And he just takes it down. It's always quite tricky if you start developing checking ranges on those kind of boards. Particular turn cards can be quite tricky for you if you elect to have a checking range on the flop. If you check back there and a diamond rolls off, are you really checking back that many flush draws? I think in theory you'd be supposed to if you have a check back range, but most people don't really do that. So just range betting there and making your life easier makes a lot of sense to me.
Seat 4 boards. Seat 5 boards. Seat 6 boards. Seat 7 boards. Seat 8 boards.
Yeah, the thing with these stream decks is they're very different than a normal deck of cards. The RFID chips in the cards make them heavier and unfortunately also makes them stickier. And ordinarily we go through decks very quickly. So if a deck ever faces resistance and a dealer feels like it's a little bit tough to work with, you just swap it out. But with the stream decks, can't exactly treat them the same way. They do have to, until a card actually gets messed up properly, you do have to use them all the way to the end. So
Now, when the aliens come, we're going to give him just a deck he's very comfortable with. So we'll be fine.
Our stream deck's expensive. They are extremely. They are extremely expensive.
can't just be going changing them willy-nilly.
Donkey chess need to bring back water restrictions. Not sure what that's in reference to. Did they do that in Australia? I know they do that in California.
Back in the day, I remember when I was a kid, they were pretty heavy on water restrictions. Australia obviously has a lot of desert going on. These days, definitely doesn't seem like it's a priority. They've managed to fix the water supply up one way or another.
Gotta stream that intergalactic cash game. Absolutely. Ballpark, it's very difficult to answer questions like that about supplies because it comes down to, like any manufactured good, the scale, right? If you ordered 100,000 of them, they're going to cost a lot less than if you order 10. So, I mean, you're going to have a wide range, but a normal deck of cards goes for a few bucks, and a stream deck can be 20 to 30 times more expensive.
The voice hand, man. Hold on. 6-2, man. 6-2 off. Might get straight.
I'll tell you what, man. If you want to run it, no problem.
Might as well save that 10k.
It's one big for free. Why not?
Watching Josh Baccarat squeeze. Yeah. Someone asked what happens if they bend the stream deck. If you're caught bending the cards on stream, kind of peeling them like you're having fun in the pits, you'll get a warning once, and then after that, you will get a penalty. Can be removed from the stream as well. People have generally been very respectful. What a 6 spot for Costa with the 6s earlier. Yeah, pretty much got a full double. No contest on the flop. So, I mean, he'd be very happy about that. Yeah, we did have Rick kind of Baccarat peeling on that final table a little bit.
He was making you sweat.
Yes.
You were counting the dollars in your mind as you saw him.
Yeah, well, as he ladders up and makes money, he's ruining my decks and I lose money. So, tough spot. Did end up becoming the champion.
Mm-hmm.
In kind of remarkable fashion on that FT, right? Was very short at one point. Look at this. Patrick Vo, pocket jacks.
Seems to be the hand that's going around.
Could be an open, could be a jam. Both justifiable with the jacks.
Yeah.
I think generally with hands as strong as queens plus, people do opt for the open. Usually gonna find yourself a good flop. With the jacks, it's a little bit dicier. Yeah, Rick Shen did have, I think, even under 3 big blinds at one point.
Does go effectively all in here.
Does opt for what is essentially a jam. Reduces the amount a little bit, leaves a bit behind because we are on a direct pay jump.
So you might want to tank a little bit. And he does just get that jam through. Tough spot with 15 bigs. I think I personally prefer min raise. But jam's obviously a fine play as well. I like min raising there and inducing some shoves from worse hands. Or maybe a 3-bet bluff from someone. You get to 4-bet part in their face and pick up that extra 3-bet. But it's pretty understandable in a pay jump bubble wanting to take the lower variance play. Who is the worst player that has come to play live?
Everyone that comes here is wonderful. I don't think we don't exactly rank the player pool.
Yeah, much like I don't like the question of who's the top 5 players in Australia. A similarly dumb question would be who are the worst 5 players?
Yeah, I mean there really is no such thing as the worst player, right? Everyone's gonna have some good elements of their game and some bad ones. So, of course, they're gonna have players that are winning more overall and losing more overall. But you know, poker isn't like chess where you just get an ELO rating, and if you're a 200, you're just, you know, one of the one of the worst players,
Yeah,
but
and some people genuinely, they're not playing to make the most money. They're playing to have the most fun. And if that's your goal, then I mean, how can you really say that they're the quote unquote worst? You know what I mean?
yeah, it's a game at the end of the day. I mean,
If you're getting out of it what you want to get out of it, then
I almost think if you're not a professional, your goal absolutely should be to maximize fun. I mean, sure, try your best to win within your strategy.
Yeah.
54 remaining, so that is going to be a pay jump for everyone. 5.2K locked up. But yeah, I mean, of course, you always want to try your best,
Yeah.
but within your strategy.
Yeah. I mean, for a lot of people, having the most fun correlates to making the most money. So in that sense, then your enjoyment would line up with how much money you make. But for some people who either have a lot of money or even not, I mean, if you just love the game of poker and you just like playing for fun and it's a hobby that you spend a few $100s a week on or whatever like that, then I mean,
I'll tell you this, that's actually cheaper than a lot of hobbies. Every time we want to go play tennis, just like renting court time is insanely expensive, let alone the hundreds of dollars for rackets and
Costa.
Are there any
card
poker?
10 makes a nice open with 10-9-0 here into Kale's big blind, very risky.
Are there any poker brats? We are very lucky. By and large, we have an amazing community of amazing people here. And I'm not just saying that. That really is something we've been very blessed with. So, I mean, look, there's thousands of people that come in and out of this place. There's always going to be some bad behavior, but 99.9% have just been lovely. Day at the office for me looks like running around and saying hello to everyone. If you do come in and we've never met before and you're coming here from the stream, say what's up. I'm always happy to say hi. Unless I'm running around and look extremely stressed out, say hi anyway, but
but he might just blow you off.
yes, but apologies if I do just run off.
I would have liked to have seen a c-bet from Costa on the flop here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Kale Burns pressure got to him a little bit there.
I think if you're going to open this hand pre-flop,
And get the King Jack board.
you should be looking to put some aggression on and with 10 high specifically.
Welcome to Chat XOX. No, we are streaming on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. Twitch actually the smallest stream of the three, but I do appreciate people getting in the Twitch chat and supporting us. That's one of the places I want to try and grow as much as possible. But yeah, we are live Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube at Playlive Melbourne everywhere.
And you find yourself in this tricky spot once you check back the flop. You've got a hand that has some nice equity, obviously. You've got a gut shot to, I will say, the effective nuts. I think Kale's going to be rejamming ace-10 pre-flop some percentage of the time, especially offsuit. It's really hard to check call this hand once you're facing a bet of this size, right? You're even losing to a lot of draws that that Kale can have. You know, queen 10, queen 9, that kind of thing.
Does just fold it.
He does just fold it. I think if you c-bet there, Kale probably would have just called. Obviously could find a check raise on the time, but even if you bet fold a hand like 10-9, it's not the worst, right? You've really only got 10 high and quite a weak gut shot, so it is a very tricky spot, which is why I think I prefer just betting the flop and absolving yourself of that decision.
Shoutouts to everyone in the various chats, by the way. Stream popping off today.
We've got the 120 cam again. I can see Jared Graham there. What looks like quite a big stack. Alan Pham, WPT champ, sitting in the corner there.
A lot of recognizable faces. Believe that bucket hat is going to be Shem Goltz.
Yep, getting that new bar in the screen as well. That was a nice view. I think that's Paris with the hoodie there. It doesn't really look like him, but I saw him wearing the hoodie before, so I assume that is him.
Will the stream just be for series like these? We will be streaming outside of series times. We're figuring out exactly what that looks like, but hoping to stream at least once a week. We've done a couple of these invitational creator cash games, hoping to do more things like that.
The main event was not a freeze out. I know this because I fired 3 bullets in it. So you can take it from, you can hear it from the horse's mouth. It was not a freeze out.
Sure you wish it was.
If it was, I would have saved myself 3K. Jessica here, making a nice standard open with ace queen, and Kale has an interesting decision with Jack 10 suited. He obviously raised himself to have an edge post flop. Free betting also wouldn't be the worst play. You get to fold out some dominating hands, and maybe you might expect your opponent not to 4-bet quite as wide as they're supposed to. Flatting also quite the standard play as well. Does let in the big blind, who also has Jack 10.
Ace 7-5 rainbow, a bit too much for Jess. She is gonna take a massive lead here, but not very likely to get paid much. Does Playlive have cash games too? Just to answer this question again, I do get this 5 to 10 times a day, but no updates, no cash games running currently.
Maybe you should put it in the banner.
Yeah. No updates there. If things ever change, you'll hear about it. I can guarantee that. But for the time being, very happy running amazing tournaments like this. Over $1 million in the prize pool, our biggest prize pool ever. $797 entrants, 54 remaining. Every player with over 5.2K locked up. $1,000 pay jump at 45, so the pay jumps are starting to get a bit bigger now.
They're starting to kick in.
I feel like that's when it really starts to, you know, when the pay jumps approach that one full buy-in range, that's where you really start to feel it.
Yeah, that's when it starts to approach that same the bubble jump, right? 0 to 3K, and then like when it starts to get close to that, that's when the ICM pressure starts ramping up again.
Oh, shit. Spiritual Tradie remembers. I said if it hit $1 million, I would do something. And there was a bunch of suggestions. I'm a man of my word. I'll have to pick something from that list. Does anyone remember? I know there was eat 10 wheat. What was it? 10 handfuls of Wheat Bix with no water. There was a Vegemite sandwich just like smothered in Vegemite. There was a bunch of things about streaking. I said nothing illegal, please. There were some other ones, man. I think someone wanted me to stream myself playing, going all in blind every hand. There were some very clever ones.
Are you sure it wasn't to drink a bunch of beer on stream and commentate?
Yeah.
Because if so, you've successfully done that.
Oh yeah, busking till I make $100. Man, how is Vegemite sandwich the one that sounds the least bad? I hate Vegemite too, and we're not talking like, you know, a normal amount, obviously. Oh yeah, play a tournament without looking at any of your cards. Yeah, maybe I'll do that.
Make it more fun. It has to be a tournament that no one knows that you're doing that, right?
Like pretend to peel, just kind of like peel the cards a little bit, and then.
Amir, it can't be a play live because everyone would know about it. Amir does find the jam with Queen 5 suited. It's very short. It's fold to him. This is probably one of the best spots that he's going to get.
Cal Burns thinking there for a sec with the 10-7. Wonder if his mind was somewhere else.
Yep, I think he was just assessing the situation at the table. And Queen 5 does get the jam through. Definitely showing the merits of making a wide push there. And increasing his stack by about 20%.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's massive if you're Amir, right?
I should have taken 10 seconds. You should have taken longer.
Oh, maybe he was tanking because the break is about to hit.
I think we still have a few minutes left until break. Again, if you are just joining us and you haven't heard me give this spiel before, Josh Abity, one of the owners here at Playlive, with the one and only Luke Martinelli in the booth. Day 2 action, 53 players remaining in our Playlive Melbourne Millions main event. Over $1 million in the prize pool. Our first ever 7-figure prize pool. A massive milestone for the venue. Shout outs to everyone who took part in the tournament. We couldn't be more proud and more grateful. Can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. $0 and 0 cents to do so, and it helps us quite a bit. Trying to get to 1,000 subs on YouTube. If you want to spread the word.
Alright, that's it.
Oh no, CK's gonna have some brutal idea.
I'd love to see that. I think that's literally impossible.
You've seen me on day 3s and stuff. In the later stages of the tournament, I tend to go pretty quiet.
I've never seen you not talk ever, like at all. Bro. You can't help yourself, bro. You can't help yourself.
You know, if it's for the Millie celebration, then won't make the best content, but
might be one of the tougher challenges on the list.
Funny enough, when I originally started playing poker, when I was getting coached and I first started, I didn't talk at all because I found it so overwhelming
to do both,
to play and chat. Yeah, I used to put my headphones on and I would just zone out. I treated it like a chess tournament. So obviously I'm very used to the chess tournament environment where it's completely silent. So I just treated it like that. Once I got comfortable though, I was like, wow, this is so boring if you don't talk to anybody. Like, need to yap to you know, poker can be slow at times. Queen 10-4 rainbow.
Yeah, Patrick makes a raise here with Queen 7 offsuit blind v blind for 3x. This is actually quite nice hand selection from Patrick out of position here. It's a little bit too weak to want to jam in your 15 bigs there. And with a hand like Queen 7, you are getting called by some dominating hands. Some hands you have dominated, like 7-6, 7-8, 7-9, that kind of thing. And they're definitely not jamming on you. And he does get to see about this flop and just take it down.
And
The top
6-5
pair.
just going straight in the bin. Okay,
Looks like
so
the players
looks
are on break
like
now.
players are going to go to a short break. And that means we will be going to a short break as well. All right, and we are going to go to a short 15-minute.
Everyone knows the red dot is where you scan the cards. I might ask you to rescan. If you, where your body's the red dot. Yeah, that's where you scan. Then you can do whatever you want, but scan your cards and then you're good to go. Yeah. Yeah, there's a thing underneath there. So that scans your cards. Just chuck them there to begin with, and then I'll explain it to go.
Let's see if the heater continues, boys. I got Tam here. He's going to crush the heater.
Seek 2.
You're the fire hydrant. Give the cards.
Seek 3. Fold.
That's better.
Old Tam's back.
Old Tam's back.
New Tam, sorry. That's new Tam.
Or is it a different
We are back. Apologies for the delay here on the commentary. We were grabbing some snacks for the booth.
It is getting a little late, but more than happy to be here still.
Yeah, still having a great time.
And Jared is back on the feature table. He's chipped up to 2 million. I think he had around that when he left, or maybe 1.7, 1.6 from memory. And he's chipped up some 500k or so. Who else have we got?
We got Foddy again.
Yep, that's true. I wonder if it's the same one because the name is different this time. So maybe it's a different Foddy. Not a very common name though. So
You gotta
Maybe not.
assume. Yep, there he is.
and
We got
there's
Nate Hutton.
Nate Hutton. He's did he win the he either won or came second in the APL Million?
Yeah, I
Either
believe
this
he
year
got
or last year.
second.
Yeah. It's quite a big score. We were just talking about that tournament just before with Bridges, but yeah, we were saying if you won 750k off a $1,500 buy-in main event, you're probably gonna play every single main event for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I certainly would. If I had
believe you
750k in my pocket right now,
Yeah.
I think I'd probably be somewhere else other than this commentary booth. Maybe Aruba.
Some other players, Chi Trong, otherwise known as Tam, has a monster stack, 4.4 million. Navigates these deep field main events extremely well. He's quite the aggressive player. I expect to see some fireworks from him. Sammy Higgs as well. Everyone in the Melbourne poker, Australian poker scene, I should say, not the Melbourne poker scene. The Sydney poker scene would know him quite well. Prolific player, plays a lot of tournaments, loves poker. Has quite a nice stack there with 2 million. And apart from that, I don't really recognize any other names and or faces. Always love that in these main events, getting a nice mix of obviously players you know and then players you've never seen before. As
Number
happens
one
so often.
Darwin player has sat down. Wait.
Which
Oh,
guy?
wait. Zach was number 2, and Foddy is the number 1 guy.
No.
I swear, because they were hyping him up earlier.
Yeah, true.
So we've seen the appearance because they said he was thinking about flying down to defend his title as number 1.
Yep.
Oh,
And now that we see that Foddy has sat down, it is the same Foddy that was on the table before,
This
so
is
it's
making
good for him
so
to
much
come back.
sense.
Okay. And he's unfortunately going to sit down and lose a pot straight away. Best commentators for recognizing the Darwin players.
shout outs to you.
I will take that.
How much can I place bets for him to win? You know, if you jump through the various chats, you probably, given that it's a poker stream, you could probably find some side action in the DMs.
I will give you 52 to 1 on $10 that he will win. How about that?
So you're saying he has a exactly?
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
give you the even price in the tournament. 51 to 1. Yeah, you may have to pay me $10 though. Find me at Playlive and find me if that's the case. Looking for 1K. Oh.
Whoa! I thought we were all friends here.
Booked. Everyone on stream has heard that.
I feel like you're gonna get a message on Facebook to be like, "Hey, Luke, this is Kevin from the chat."
I also feel like I'm getting free rolled, but
Yeah, yeah.
let's see. Let's see how it is.
Shout outs to you, Kev. I really appreciate you guys all being with us. we got a couple more levels tonight, so you still got a couple more hours of me and Luke. Viewership's been amazing today, so shout outs to you guys. I think I was saying, when we commentate together, it's literally just like we're sitting at home. It's just like watching poker and being like, oh, that guy's on the thing, you know? I played with that guy
The only
before.
difference between this and us at our house watching a final table is the different couch, I suppose. And it's a bit colder because of the aircon.
Because of the aircon, yeah. Although we do keep it nice and toasty, not nice and chilly at home.
The beers are also not free at home. We do have to go down to the bottle shop and pay for them.
That's true. Well, they're not free for me here either. I mean, they were handed to us without us paying for them, but I did pay for them.
And that feels free to me. So
Yeah, it's
I'm
free
just
for you.
I'm gonna accept it with no questions asked.
I will say you get a lot better price when you buy things in bulk. That's the number one thing being a business owner teaches you. Buying 1,000 of something always a lot cheaper
Yeah.
per unit than buying 5.
So that's why they have 1,024 packs of Corona just sitting there in the storage unit, ready for me and you to go through.
It'll take us at least a week, I reckon. A jam here
At
from
this,
the
at
Pocket
this rate,
Sevens.
at this rate for sure. Pocket Sevens gets the jam through.
The rejam over the cutoff
Yeah.
open there, so that's going to be a nice pot. Let's look at these stack distributions. So Chi Trong has Infinity.
Yep.
Nate Hutton with quite a meaty stack himself, and then a bunch of these pretty healthy middling 50 to 60 big blind stacks as well.
I think that's a testament to how good the structure of this tournament is, where we're sitting here with 52 left, and there's still quite a few 50 to 60 big blind stacks and quite a lot of player left. That's for sure.
Yeah, I feel like that's something we take super seriously because we are poker players. Your main event has to have insane structure. It can't just be decent. Like, it really does have to just have that type of structure where it's so long that you really feel like you earned it when you won.
You want the skill element to really show itself.
Yeah, shine through in this main event field. You know, there's turbos, we have faster structures, we have slower ones. Obviously, the higher buy-in events in general going to have slightly longer structures, but overall, try and keep them pretty healthy balance, right? There is only so many hours in the day, so there's
People do need to go to work.
yeah, they have to go to work. They got to go home. Our dealers need to go home. It's
Got to keep the wives happy. Can't just be out playing poker all night.
you know. Also, you know, there's the kind of balance of when this tournament is likely to end and the next one starts, right? Have to utilize the real estate. A lot of considerations that go into it. But for something like the main event, it's always simple. You don't skip any blind levels. You make it long, slow levels, day 2 and beyond. And you see who really earns it.
Who really earns it with the massive luck element just plopped on top. As tournament poker will
You can buy it tomorrow.
it's a reality it'll force you to deal with.
What percentage? I always hate when people ask
I
these
know,
questions,
yeah,
but
yeah,
what
I know what
percentage?
you're gonna ask already.
No,
Go.
I'm telling you,
Okay, yeah.
you're gonna be surprised.
Okay.
What percentage luck versus skill do you think winning the WSOP main event is?
Oh, okay. So you did surprise me a little bit.
Because like, let's say there's 10,000 runners. The luck element would be 1 in 10,000 you win, right?
Yeah.
That'd be the pure luck element. Obviously, some folks are gonna have a better chance to win than that.
I think that I might just agree with Kev in the chat there. I think it might just be 100% straight up luck.
Even with the 2-hour levels,
Even with the 2-hour levels,
it's just such a big field.
there is just it's not zero. Obviously, it's not 0% skill. Like this,
Oh,
this-
look,
this-
I mean, the
that-
main
that-
event is the best structure against some of the weakest opponents for the most money. So if you're a pro, it's the best tournament in the world.
And but even for that, like even with that specific distinction, 10,000 runners is just a.
It's just insane, yeah.
It's an astronomical number of.
Yeah, I mean, if you had 200% ROI, you still only have a 1 in 5,000 chance to win the tournament or something, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, if that's how the math works, that's
Yeah,
fine.
something like
yeah,
that.
Yeah, so that'll be in the ballpark, obviously. So I think to actually win, it is 100% luck.
it's still just such
But-
an amazing achievement, though, right?
It is because you need to playing for 8 days straight like that is no mean feat.
Yeah.
That takes a lot of endurance. It's a real testament to the players. Like,
Also, like, I love the live stream we got going on here. We're growing it every day, but that is on ESPN. Not ESPN 7 or any of the like knockoff. Well, now it's owned by CBS Sports, but I mean, we're talking they skip what would otherwise be in the slot, which is some mainstream sport getting millions of viewers. Oh, yeah. I mean, Mizrahi's achievement, he wins the 50K Players Championship for the 4th time and also the main. Wins the smallest and biggest field of the summer.
That will probably never happen again. You are correct.
And he got instantly inducted into the Hall of Fame as well, same day. That was probably quite an easy choice for them. Already had a very illustrious career.
Yeah, very well-known poker player, and I believe he's quite a nice guy.
Yeah.
From what I've seen about him, I did see him briefly in the Bahamas. I didn't get to talk to him that much, but
Another person my dad claims is likely my cousin. Yeah, because of the last name. I do have 2 actual cousins in poker in the Massey brothers from Chicago. Very accomplished pros.
I don't think I've ever played with them somehow.
Very surprising.
Think so. Maybe I might have, but briefly.
You would know, man. They are they have strong personalities at the table.
Okay.
Some people find them quite abrasive. Obviously, they're nice to me because,
Your supposed cousins.
No, that's not supposed.
Cousins.
Yeah. That one is.
Oh yes, you're actually cousins. Yeah.
That one's my real. Yes, I have many supposed cousins. If I trust my dad's judgment, that one I know exactly how we are related. Did blow Aaron's mind. $1,600 tournament at the Win on the bubble. We had a lot of free time. We were chatting. He made a joke about how we were both Lebanese, maybe we were related. And I said, we are related, we're second cousins. And he laughed, and I said, no, I'm serious. And then I walked him through how, and of course he was super freaked out. And everyone at our table was joking we should go on Dr. Phil.
Yeah.
So I'm not the best poker player in my family. Sucks for me. Committed my whole life to this thing, and
I think I might be the best poker player in my family, as far as I know. So unless I'm cousins with, Kale or something.
Yeah. Could be.
Could be. He doesn't sound. Kale Burns, not the most Italian name.
Yeah.
But
Burns gonna have a bit more of an English origin.
Just have to warm up, huh?
Not too many Italian players, actually. Funnily enough, it's weirdly. I would have thought that poker and Italian culture feels like there might be some mix there for whatever reason. I'm not really sure quite why that would be.
Well, card game's huge in Italy, right? Scopa and the like. We obviously play some of that ourselves. Jared Graham, pocket aces. That's pretty nice. Comes in for the min raise. Yeah, there are a couple. Federico Buderoni, main event final tableist. Lovely man.
That's true.
Slowest player in the history of mankind.
Lovely guy.
Like, couldn't be nicer, but
he really needs to fix that shit up. I assume that he has. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
He's playing mostly shot clock tournaments these days.
That was a long time ago now, back when he made that main event run. I'm sure he looks back on that and cringes a little bit. Foddy with the rejam with pocket sevens here.
A very reasonable rejam, but
it's just a cooler straight to the aces.
Unlucky timing.
Yeah, it looks like he might be live here. There's some sevens.
A snap call.
Of course.
Jared Graham puts it in so quickly that the graphics struggling to catch up. If he can hold here, it's going to be massive. The King of Darwin, tournament life on the line.
And he
picks up some outs.
Looked like it could have been something, but it's not quite.
Oh!
And he spikes it.
A 4 on the river.
The King of Darwin. Unfortunately for Jared, that's a huge pot and really cripples that nice stack he'd built up to this point. Unfortunate for Jared.
Statistics be damned. The King of Darwin will not be put down. Doubling up with the pocket
Body's
sevens.
alive. Wow. Oh, that word sums it up, that's for sure. Let's go, Foddy. A lot of support from in the chat.
Look, you're the best poker player in my family.
Yeah. Well, unlucky Lord Ego.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was that one Italian poker player on the big game. Do you remember that guy? What was his name?
Yes, I do remember.
He was quite famous back in the day.
Dario.
It wasn't Sammartino.
It wasn't Sammartino.
He's obviously
Another top Italian player.
one of the most accomplished Italian players.
Yeah, probably number one, right?
Yeah, he's a fantastic player. I played with him in the Bahamas as well, actually. I remember playing with him. Binieri, yes, that's the one that we're talking about. He played in the big game. I think he famously tilted Phil Hellmuth.
Might have to go give that a watch on YouTube when I get home. Do love me some good Phil Hellmuth tilt compilations.
Actually, no. Minieri's actually not the one I'm thinking of, although he was an Italian reg as well. I was thinking of the guy on the big game who was the big game player. Minieri was a pro, right?
Yeah.
He
was, yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking of the guy that they brought in for one of those big game episodes, and he really tilted Phil Hellmuth to the end of the earth. That's what. Yeah, Dario Sammartino, very good player.
Mustafa Kanit.
Mustafa Kanit.
One of the best Italians. Mustafa
Absolutely.
once dropped the hardest line on me ever. He lost heads up in the 100K at Aussie Millions. I think this was 2018 to, I can't even remember who, a recreational, wealthy businessman player. And he looked very, very sad. Mustafa famously super positive and happy all the time. And I said, hey, Mustafa, how's it going? And he just looks at me, no context. I didn't know what was happening. He goes, I can't believe someone can run so good and play so bad. And just walks away. Took me about an hour to figure out what he was referring to.
He also had some recent controversy at the Bahamas with... he had a run-in with Cabral.
Ah, the classic.
Let me tell you right now, Cabral's abrasive personality does not interact well with Italians. I can tell you that right now.
Zero tolerance policy.
And I think Knit let him know. I think Cabral got the better of him in this exact situation, but I'm sure they're in a long-standing battle with one another.
King Queen of Diamonds open from Nate Hutton in the cutoff. Ooh, Ace Jack. Does just opt for a defend. Can go either way here against a cutoff open from a professional player.
I like the flat here. Keep the pot small.
Look at all the love for Darwin, man. Never in doubt. King of Luck Box. Go Foddy. Go Foddy. 4-7 God. I mean, man, I want to move to Darwin just to get this much hype from my community.
Maybe you should open a Playlive venue in Darwin.
They were saying you can't because it's like the tournaments are capped at 30 entrants, and they have all these really strict rules. Yeah.
Nathaniel decides to see about his hand, and Ace Jack has a pretty standard call on the flop here.
They work at Crown. No, I am American. I was playing the Aussie Millions back in the day. For those who don't know, I was once a professional poker player, as was Bridges. Bridges has an Aussie Millions ring to his name. Got third in that same event with Mr. Lukey on the final table as well. I think he got fourth or fifth?
In the accumulator that year?
Yeah.
Yes. That wasn't the Bridges one.
No, it was the year after.
It was the year after, yes. Yeah. I did back-to-back final table that tournament, the accumulator back in the day, which I was very proud of.
Yeah, that's cool.
Didn't quite have the runs that are the deepest runs, but, back-to-back FTs is pretty chill. And Hutton takes it down. With
never worked in the casino business. I'm a startup guy, tech guy by background. Used to be a teacher as well.
You want to plug Manor a bit, or?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to my co-founder Guy. He is around here. Guy and I and my sister, originally founders in the recipe app space, created Mana Cooking. You can still use it on the App Store if you like. It is up and running.
Quite, I tell you what, Guy, making an app that is still functional after basically, like, what has it been, 3 or 4 years now?
Yeah, 3 years of no maintenance.
3 years of no maintenance.
And it works perfectly.
It's still up and running. Credit to him. He's, I'm not sure if I should be saying this or not, but he may or may not be working on a Playlive app.
Yeah, little teaser there.
Little teaser. May or may not be. That's still potentially in the works.
Yeah, some ideas cooking up.
Yeah, in the future could definitely be an option. Maybe to compete with the Triton and WSOP apps that I'm very big fans of. Especially playing in the Bahamas recently, I was very impressed with the WSOP app.
Yeah, no question.
Allowing you to buy in and find your table straight away is such great.
Hey, Keito, konbanwa.
Oh, Alvin is
Welcome
back
to the stream.
Alvin is back with Huge Ship as well. He's with the Huge Stack as well.
So he is.
We just saw him at the start of the day, and he's managed to accumulate some chips here. Takes it down with the Jack 7 suited.
Genki desu ka, Keito?
Oh, getting some Japanese love. On our first stream, we're definitely getting some fans from Japan.
Yeah, shout out to the Japanese viewers. I think it's this time of day, right? Because they're a few hours behind, so it's like that post-work hour.
Yeah. Something about Japanese people love Pokemon. I don't know what it is. I've seen a lot of.
They are a gaming culture, man. That's why one of the many reasons I love Japan.
And poker is just like that. It's just that vibe, you know, the competitiveness, the playing to win. It's your Japanese is too fluent. Yeah, well, we did just come from a Japanese trip, so.
Mada benkyou shimasu.
He's whipping out some of the Japanese.
Definitely not too bad, yeah.
I will not attempt to do the same.
It's not my best foreign language. Those who've spent some time around me know that I am a Mandarin Chinese speaker. That's what I studied in university, but I'm big language fan. If I like going to a country, I like to learn their language at least to a basic level so I can make some friends. You always just have a way better experience in any country if you can just spend some time with a local, right? I mean, they're just going to show you a version of it that you can't see other way. Hey, Amanda getting off work. Welcome to the stream for real. Any thoughts about expanding Playlive to other states in the future? Always dreams of expansion. No, nothing concrete anytime soon, but you know, look out. Keep your eyes peeled.
He came and played in Playlive, actually.
Oh, awesome. Well, next time you come back, come say hi.
You're a fan favorite.
Expand to Darwin NT. We actually you must have just missed it. We were talking about that. Apparently, you guys are capped to 30 runners per tournament.
What are the rules, Darwin people?
What's the regulations and stuff there?
Someone give me the breakdown of how it goes down in Darwin.
I've actually never been to Darwin myself, but a poker series might just tip me over the edge to come visit. I haven't I haven't seen the Sydney Opera House. I haven't seen Uluru. Am I even Australian at this point?
We gotta go to the Opera House, bro. Have you even seen like the Peach or any of the like landmarks in Queensland?
I haven't.
If you do a road trip,
I haven't.
Wait, man.
I'm useless.
So I've just seen all the landmarks of this country, and you, a native,
you've got me pipped.
haven't seen any of them. Another continuation here. I think you're kind of loving life if you're 40.
You are. Did it go check on the flop?
No, I went check back call.
I'll check back call.
So I mean, the 2-barrel here for the King 10 of Hearts does make some sense.
It does for sure. With Ace Queen here, I think you're never folding. Obviously, you're being a lot of value hand at this moment. I think if okay, well on this river, I was about to say, I think if this river didn't come off and you face a triple barrel, your Ace Queen isn't looking too hot.
Yeah,
you're definitely just bluff catching at that point. So the question would be, is your opponent bluffing enough? On this river, you feel very confident that you have the best hand, and he does take it down. So just like that, Foddy, he gets a bit lucky. I mean, a bit lucky is an understatement. He cracks the aces with pocket sevens for a nice double up, and then just wins a nice small pot there, and he kind of catapults himself into 54 bigs, a very healthy stack at this stage of the tournament, that's for sure.
I'm gonna guess we're saying his name wrong from that reaction. Body, I don't know. I mean, I have a different accent, so I guess I say everything wrong.
And I'm supremely uncultured, so...
If you come to Gold Coast, happily show you around. I will take you up on that. I've never been to the Gold Coast, and I've heard it is so beautiful. I've driven through it, actually. Did a road trip from Cairns to Sydney, as Luke knows, many years ago. Shout out to our buddy Josh McCauley and his family for hosting me along the way. But I really want to go to the Gold Coast. I heard it's just... I love the beach, man. I'm a sucker for the water, so... Have you been up there much?
To Gold Coast?
Yeah.
I've been quite a few times for the APL. As for actually seeing the sights, no. That's one of the funny things about being a poker player. I've been to a lot of places, but I wouldn't say that I've traveled the proper way. You know what I mean? Like, for example, I've been to Cambodia, but I haven't really seen any of the Cambodian sites.
I tried to take you out of the hotel.
You did, but I was just going too deep into many tourneys, man.
That's true. You're crushing.
I definitely wasn't stewing in my bed, that's for sure.
Mr. Tony Dunstan, I did some good exploring. He went to Angkor Wat. He invited me to go. I should have rebooked my flight, man. I should have gone. It looked amazing.
I would have loved to have done that, but
yeah, we should go back and do that at some point.
Wow, Foddy is so lucky. Mr. Enhoot, let me tell you something. Every single person who's sitting here at this stage of the tournament is lucky.
To still be in.
That's just to still be in. That's just the way that tournament poker works. No matter how good or bad you might think someone is, it's getting this deep in a tournament is absolutely lucky. all the good secret places in Gold Coast.
Yeah, so to clarify a little bit, question here. Some people in Australia are used to the last aggressor rule. We do use the TDA rules, which are kind of standard around the world, which is just that if you're out of position and it goes check, check, out of position player does show first. You do see both in different venues around the world, but TDA does tend to be a little bit more common globally.
Interesting spot here for Tam. Deciding whether to continue telling his story. He's definitely ahead of some hands. A lot of draws that he currently has beat with Ace King. Not the best turn card for him. Completes a lot of 7x combos in. How would you pronounce this name? I mean, I'm just gonna say Pantelich. I don't know if that's correct or not.
I think it might be slightly misinput. It should be Ilya.
Ilya?
Yeah,
Okay,
I think it might be slightly misinput in the.
I'll go with Ilya. What kind of? If you had to guess where this gentleman's from, where would you say?
It's going to be some sort of Slavic name. It looks like some chess grandmasters type of name.
I was gonna guess maybe Lithuania.
Yeah, I think that's that should be in the
But I'm not
ballpark.
sure. We'll go down and ask him.
I struggle to differentiate the syntax of Eastern European languages. They're all kind of.
I know.
You can identify. You're like, oh, this is Eastern European, but I don't know enough. Like, I don't speak Russian or Ukrainian or.
Mine was just a pure guess. By the way, there was no.
Well, that's a very good pure guess.
There was no rhyme or reason to that.
Vich as an ending, often Serbian. Novak Djokovic, obviously a prime example there. I think
Serbian also might be a nice guess. And now Tam checking his cards, seeing if he's got that diamond in his hand. He does still beat some hands. Having that ace of spades in his hand means he has a little bit less showdown value than
okay, the name's Elia. Okay.
Elia. Okay.
Sweet. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am not quite as cultured as Josh here in the booth, so I do need some help with some of the names.
Yeah, we try our best. You never get it all right, you know. There's a big world out there. 8 billion people.
And he is in a very tough spot here. He's facing a triple barrel. As I said, Tam, one of the most aggressive players in the field. He's taken ace king with no diamond here as a bluff. And the question you have to ask yourself as Ilya is, how thin is my opponent jamming for value? Obviously, the flush complete has come in. Does my opponent value jam king queen for value? Does he value jam kings for value? With or without a diamond, perhaps? That might be a consideration. I think the bottom of his value range is probably...
Elijah. Oh, really? Like Elijah the prophet. Oh, so it's just misinput in the...
Okay.
It's just a typo.
Yeah. He's facing a half pot bet here. He has to be good around 25% of the time. With ICM a little bit more often. I'm sure he's played quite a lot with Tam. He does decide to muck his hand. Tam gets the ace king through.
Oh, look at this. Elijah's a masculine name of Slavic origin. Bang. Serbian, Croatian, Macedonian. Man.
He might have ChatGPT'd that, but I'll pay it.
Yeah. It does come from the Hebrew name Elijah, the prophet Elijah. When you have Passover Seder, you leave a cup of wine and you open the door. Prophet Elijah's ghost comes in, drinks the wine. As a kid, my dad would try and bait me by, sipping the wine and being like, look, Elijah got it. And at 7 years old, I was such a little poker player. I was like, actually, Father, that's not possible. Actually, you drank it. I can tell from the wine stain on your lips, I think my parents knew I was cut out for logic games at a young age.
He says Google, not ChatGPT. That's better.
That is better.
That is better.
That's analog ChatGPT. I think one of these days, 10, 20 years from now, Googling something yourself, that's going to be considered like brave. That'd be like the version of you going to the library right now and finding like an actual primary source.
Wow.
Oh no.
And look at this.
Foddy
has run into the
aces
pocket aces again. This time with a better pocket pair with pocket nines.
Can he do it twice?
I guess we're going to find out, because I imagine what's going to happen here is going to be a small 3-bet, and there's going to be a call. Unless some sort of action happens behind, where maybe someone wakes up with a better hand. Or with
Not
a,
so
with,
small a
with a more
3-bet.
hand.
Full 3x here. They are quite deep, so...
I like this 3-bet.
Yeah, me as
I like
well.
the sizing. Sometimes you see people mix up their sizings with aces. They don't want to get the fold. Less experienced players might give away a little bit of a sizing tell. Nathaniel, obviously, a much more experienced player where he's not going to do that. And 3-betting versus under the gun, they've obviously got a strong range. If they've got a hand that's going to continue, you want to get the max value when they call, right? Sometimes they will fold, and it's a shame because you got aces, but a lot of the time they will continue in some fashion, and putting that extra money in the pot will definitely juice it up for you. He does call. I think with pocket nines here, that's a reasonable decision. You're deep enough where you can pretty comfortably set mine, but you're going to be in a lot of tricky spots in these positions, that's for sure. And this is one of those tricky spots. I'd like to see a really small bet here from Nathaniel. This board may look a little bit scary, a lot of draws potentially out there, but when it's under the gun versus under the gun 1, a lot of those draws actually aren't there. 10-9 suited might just be a fold pre-flop. Queen 10 suited even might be just a fold pre-flop. So, and he does make a very, very small continuation bet.
Probably definitely not going to be going anywhere.
He is not with pocket nines. Much too strong to fold this on the flop for this sizing. Me and Nathaniel clearly mind melded right now.
Except he's still in.
Except he's still in, yeah.
48 players remaining. Next pay jump, I believe, is at 45.
And this is where the pot is going to get real tough for Foddy, because he's going to check. Nathaniel is going to bet 400k, and Foddy is going to have a real inflection decision.
On the Badoogie board, can be harder to come up with natural bluffs for your opponent. Couple of nines in your hand, not the best. Double blocking 9-10, which is the most obvious bluff.
If Nathaniel decides to 3-bet that from these positions.
Some percentage of the time, right?
Even ace-9 suited.
Yeah, ace-9 suited also blocking. Some queen-9 suited could be as well.
Yeah. Really depends what... let's see what he decided to bet here. Are we really mind-melded right now? Did he decide? Did he go 400k? 475. Almost. I hit the post.
I guess he's 75k more dialed in than you.
I guess so. And now... This is a real just... Is he bluffing or is he not? You know? There's really no other question here. And this is why flatting these pairs out of position is tough. I think you do have to make the call pre-flop. Those times when you do hit the set, you really have some nice implied odds and get paid. But the flip side of that is, the only way you get paid is if your opponent's putting a lot of chips in.
Very nice fold here from
Very
Foddy.
nice fold. And when you don't make the set, you're going to face that aggression, right? So I think his plan was, I'm going to see the flop. He continued for a very small bet, and then once he broke the turn, he had enough. And for those positions, I completely agree with the way he played that hand. Nice hand, Foddy. Conserving his stack, still got a nice 44 bigs. I think paying 7 big blinds there to speculate a little bit is perfectly defensible.
Do you know what a 40 is?
A 40?
Yeah.
As in, like, is that like an alcoholic drink, right?
Yeah.
I know of that.
Okay, that's better than I was expecting. It's 40 ounce of malt beer, essentially. Old English and Steel Reserve the most.
I don't know how I know that, by the way.
Maybe Edward 40 hands? You familiar with that game?
That's the one where you got them sticky taped to your hands?
Yes. Made its way through popular media. How I Met Your Mother and a bunch of movies and stuff.
Wait till Foddy gets aces. That'll be the day when he's actually got when he's actually got the best hand. Then we'll see. Malt liquor, yeah, Berkey knows.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kato. Yeah, over $1 million in the prize pool. If you are just joining us, I got to do my spiel one more time. Josh Abney here with Luke Martinelli in the booth. 48 remaining in the Playlive Melbourne Millions main event. This is the big one, guys. Golden Spade, over $1 million in the prize pool. More than 170 grand for first place. I mean, we're going to get some life-changing money up in this mix.
For someone, that's for sure.
It won't be us, but it will be someone. Maybe a 1 in 5 chance to be one of the people you see here.
Ace King Suited with the Open. Milan making, I'm going to say, a speculative call of 20 bigs to steep in the tournament.
Kev confirming, is his body bet still locked in?
Yeah, but not for 1K.
But no, yeah, we really appreciate you guys so much. It's been an amazing, amazing series.
And
Does opt for the rejam.
Elijah decides to take his King Jack, and he's going to see the bad news. We did see at the very start of the stream Josh Chen flopping a flush against Ace King with in a very similar spot. Not quite going to happen this time.
Gonna need a jack and a jack
Jack
only.
only, and it just breaks off, and GG's for him.
GG's.
He had that tough spot with Jack 9, made the fold, got bluffed by the very aggressive Tam, and
But Fadi topping the VPIP charts.
he's been running pretty card hard. Gotta like that. Are there any famous players on the other tables? Well, depends what you mean by famous. Cale Burns. I saw him on the in the 120 cam. He's still in the tournament. He left the table with about 1 million chips, I believe. Apart from that, it really depends what your definition of famous is, I suppose. There's some very well-known poker players still into the Melbourne poker scene, that's for sure.
Some strong pros still in the field. We got a very a very healthy mix, I would say. Got some Melbourne folks, some folks who came from other parts of Australia, some internationals, some pros, some for fun players. I mean, really just a bit of everything. And of course,
He's still talking about it.
king of the stream, one of one, Fadi himself, repping the people of Darwin. The VPIP usually 80% here. That's a standard VPIP for Darwin.
I didn't see the flop. I think sixes would have spiked the set.
Oh, that's true. That's twice now that's
happened.
That's happened.
Sixes definitely could have jammed pre-flop in that spot of 20 bigs. He decided to go for the safer route, which is calling.
All right, I will say I'm officially committed to making a trip to Darwin at some point. When I do, I'll make sure to get on the mic, get in the DMs, chat with some of these Darwinians, get myself to one of these games they're talking about.
I might come along with you just to visit or I always like to do that. One of those big, wonders of the world or whatever that you should visit.
What's it look like again? I've seen pictures, but
it's just a huge rock.
Yeah,
it's like the biggest rock you could. I think a lot of people. I remember reading this maybe 4 or 5 years ago. There was a lot of people have maybe trashed it, made it a little bit less good than it was a few years before. But hopefully they've fixed that up.
He makes decent peeps second to Domino's. Well, Domino's is terrible, so I hope that's not the barometer.
It's considered a monolith. Well,
Kale's still left. Yeah, Kale's always still in. When we first opened, Kale texted me, and he was like, "Oh, I heard you guys just opened, and it's small, and you're just starting out. I'm going to come play to support you." And I was like, dude, thank you so much. You're such a good friend. Kale, obviously, a big name in the Melbourne poker scene, so brings a lot of attention. Comes and plays a high roller that we're running that's, has like a dozen entrants. Eliminates everyone. Registration's still open. No one wants to reg against Kale heads up, so he ends that tournament. And he's like, okay, sorry, I wasn't trying to do that. He's like, let me jump in one of the mixed games. I don't really know the mixed games that well. And jumps in the mixed game tournament, wins it. So he won his first 2 events he ever played at Playlive. CK, I'm not that big a pizza snob. I'm literally just a standard guy from New York City. There are 10 million pizza snobs just like me in this world.
Queens. There we go. I think he's a genius now, too.
Yeah, Kilburn's one of those people that reminds you that, yes, there's a lot of luck in poker, but boy, is there a lot of skill, too. That guy just goes deep in everything.
He did have a fantastic year last year. He went deep in multiple big field main events.
I actually won a big hand with that earlier.
Even when he's not really playing that much, it's a nice little reminder that there is some skill involved in poker.
It was a good hole.
As I like to say, if there wasn't skill, then why does Alex Foxen win every tournament? That guy sure wins a lot.
I would have just jammed the first time.
Have a hand. I should be
Are you happy to take like 6 65% of your chips in the
If you're still chilling with us,
That's even better,
thank you.
right?
No risk.
Got about an hour left in the stream.
No, you'd rather the folder. Just take half the stack, no risk. Yeah.
Then like so you see his hands up.
Luke originally told me he wanted to clock off at 6 o'clock. Had a replacement commentator lined up. 6 came around. He said, you know what? I'm having fun. Let's do it all the way. So cheers to
Just push it.
my co-commentator.
No risk.
And then you blind him out the rest. You're good to go. Just deal fast.
Time.
Three raise, 80,000.
T-Strong. Opening up the Jack 10. Foddy with the jiggities.
Obviously it was good call. I mean, like, my bet.
Yeah.
And there was someone in
Who's the replacement going to be? Had a few different people lined up. Berkey said he was willing. He said his exact lines to me were, if you fire off the bat signal, Batman will come.
Yes, I have 6-7. 6-7.
Berkey will be starting the stream with me from the very beginning. Noon plus 20 minutes for the delay. Restart tomorrow, 12:20. We'll be here on time. I hope to see everyone here, 12:20 p.m. Day 3. This action's going to be pretty killer. I think we'll be right around Final Four tables. Next goal, get Brad Owen in the room. I may or may not be already working on that. Brad, a lovely guy. I am in one of the original Brad Owen vlogs. I can't remember which one, but it would be one of the really early ones. I was just playing 2-5 in Vegas, and this guy on my table was filming. Turns out, Brad Owen.
In Sydney one time.
I remember you were saying, oh, I make YouTube videos. So I was like, oh, what a cool idea. I'd never heard of the concept. I was like, oh, yeah, you like record your session, talk about your hands. Like, I would watch that.
Never let him down.
Now I believe I've watched at least 200 of Brad's vlogs, so.
That was a terrible fault.
Terrible fault. And there was
Well, the commentator's like,
for like 5 minutes, 6 minutes.
He's going to double up.
I got an I Coach Rampage in here.
Props.
Hope he didn't coach Ethan to gamble as much as he's been doing. Might want to bring those VPIP numbers down a little bit like they used to be. Shout out to Rampage. Lovely guy.
I myself have also made it onto a Daniel Negreanu vlog
Yeah.
at one point in my life during one series at the WSOP. He did give me a bit of a beratement. I did bust him from a tournament, and he wasn't too happy with it. But
Didn't he call you a dumb kid or something?
he did call me a dumb. He said these dumb kids keep shoving on me. And
If you haven't been yelled at or shit on by Daniel Negreanu, you're really not making it in this poker world.
yeah, have you really played enough WSOP if you haven't been shit on by Negreanu?
Yeah.
That's the question.
I've been in a couple of the vlogs as well. Similarly, never in positive light. Man asks us, Abby enjoyed her time there. Yeah, she said it was one of her favorite poker trips ever. She really did it up, man. She played a bunch, played a couple of the stream cash games, and then went to the tennis twice. Took her mom, did Great Ocean Road. I mean, really just like...
Yeah, it was really nice to meet up.
Vladimir
Great lesson.
Zelensky on the featured table. That's good. That's funny. This guy's spitting. Rampage originally from Darwin. Everyone's from Darwin, apparently. Do you believe Ethan's from California? Sure would have a funky accent for a guy from Darwin. Oh, no, actually, I think he's from New Hampshire. Someone was telling me this recently. Whatever. Middling parts of America aren't going to mean much on this stream.
When we eventually get him on stream, we'll ask him where he's from.
Yeah.
Sammy Higgs coming with the open with 8-6 suited in the cutoff and gets it through.
That always feels so good. You make the suited connector open, and everyone just folds. They're like, wow, I just want a pot with 8 high. Okay, I've told this story on your behalf a couple of times on the stream, but I've been waiting to hear it from the horse's mouth. Can you please tell the story of when you won that 6K pot with 8 high? With the open-ender against the open-enders.
Okay, this might be... Okay, I regularly tell this story. It is the... I still think this is probably the sickest hand I've probably ever played in my entire
It
life.
has to be.
So this was, I think I've been playing for maybe 6 months, something like that. I was playing the 2-5 game at Crown. I'd run up a nice 2K stack. I opened what I believed to have been 8-7 of diamonds under the gun, or actually I was under the gun too, and I get five or six callers, very multi-way to the flop, and the board comes. I think it was Queen 6-4 with 2 diamonds, with the 6-4 of diamonds actually. So I believe that I have flopped a straight flush draw. I bet. I get called in 2 spots. I think the big blind raised me. I then he only had about $300. I jam. Gentleman, the cutoff called off with about 800 or 900 bucks behind, and the big blind also called off with about 300 behind. So it's a 3-way all in. I am feeling pretty good in my hand. You know, I've got a straight flush draw. I look down at my hand and realize that I've actually misread my hand, and I have 8-7 offsuits with the 8 of diamonds. So I actually only just have a gut shot in this
massive pot.
in this like about 2.5k pot at 2.5. The board bricks out. I think it was like a 6 king run out, and I go to muck my hand, and I can't remember who it was, but a gentleman next to me, I actually just saw him recently. He patted me on the shoulder. He's like, "Don't muck your hand yet." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And I realized that the other players in the hand hadn't turned their hand over yet. And I was like, "Oh, sorry." The one part of the story that I forgot to tell is I actually tabled my hand because I'd only been playing for 6 months, and I thought that's what you do, because I'd watched a lot of online poker, and a lot of it was tournament poker, and you table your hand when you're all in. And that's when I realized that I had
8 high.
When I realized I didn't have a straight flush draw.
You had no draws.
When I didn't realize I had a straight flush draw. So I had actually already tabled my hand, and the other players knew that I had 8 high. And the other players hadn't turned their hand over yet. I was about to muck my hand. I did push it towards the dealer, but the gentleman, he recommended I don't muck my hand quite yet. So I didn't. And at that point, the cutoff tries to get the floor over to call my hand dead, which I thought was quite, well, I thought it was a waste of time, honestly, because I'm like, dude, you saw my hand, I've got 8 high. Like, come on.
Yeah, surely
yes.
One of the two of you can beat 8 high.
Yes. And then the floor comes over, my hand's been tabled, and according to Crown rules, because my hand's tabled, it actually can't be dead, even if it
Absolutely,
did hit the
yeah. You've revealed your hand.
So
that's true in every poker room in the world.
So the floor turns the floor says my hand's live. Please turn your hands over. And the gentleman, the cutoff, turns over 7-5 of diamonds for the open-ender straight flush draw, and the big blind turns over 5-3 offsuit for another open-ender, and I scoop the pot with 8 high.
Beast. Pure skill, baby.
Poker's quite the wonderful
Funny game.
sometimes.
Pokemon Master telling a little Negreanu story. Not too surprised to hear that. Gets steamed. Is very friendly to his fans, I have to say. Like, I do give him a lot of credit in that regard.
He does go plenty of times for his fans. He doesn't give time to people who he thinks are regs.
Yeah. If he thinks you're a pro,
he thinks you're a pro and
you're on the shit list.
You're on the shit list, exactly.
If he thinks you're just a normal person who enjoys poker and is a fan of his, couldn't be nicer.
I think if you play poker for long enough, everyone's got a hand quite like that. Honestly, I've been telling that hand to a lot of people. Most people say that is like they haven't had a hand quite as sick as winning that one.
I've never heard of someone winning a 3-way all in with 8 high other than you.
Mm-hmm. It was I really just I still can't believe it to this day, to be honest. But yeah, it probably will never happen again. I really try to not misread my hands anymore. For that exact reason, even though I did get rewarded for it somehow.
Also, you were quite young at the time, right?
I was 20 years old.
2.5K at 20 years old.
Mm-hmm. This was in the period of time where my mother was not particularly appreciative of my new poker hobby that I'd picked up.
I mean, you know how many GYG burritos you can buy with 2.5K? Especially 10 years ago.
Yeah. I think I was on, because I was going to uni at the time, and I was on, what's it called? I was on some government, they give me $400 a week to study at uni.
Must be nice.
And I was I was using that money to play poker, as I'm sure
For me to go to
the
university,
government wanted me to do.
someone paid $200,000. 30 of which I paid. The rest was paid by the former mayor of New
goodwill.
York. So shout outs to Mikey Bloomberg for that one. But I mean, man, you got paid to go to university. Such a different country. That's great though. As you know, I'm a big believer in higher education.
Absolutely. Australia's very good in that regard.
Great universities in Australia too. Shout outs to Monash, discovering IBS, changing my life.
I was a Monash boy. Oh yes, youth allowance. That's what it was called. Yes, I did. I ran up a bankroll on youth allowance. You're allowed to do that, right?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you should admit that out loud. So Pocket Sevens, just bet there and get it done.
The money they give you is for it's for your own spending habits. Luckily, my mum did let me live at home at the time. I think she was charging me $100 rent per 2 weeks. So I was getting it pretty good.
Wow, $200 a month.
Yeah, it was pretty nice.
You think if I
Hard to get a deal that good these days.
if I ask our building pretty please, you think they'll let us pay $200 a month in rent, or how does that work?
I have a feeling they.
If that
they
was
might
our
say
actual
that.
price of rent, I think I'd live there for the rest of my life. I'd never move out.
Yeah, it's a very nice apartment building, isn't it? $200 would be quite nice.
It'd just
Didn't
be the
pay
best
tax
deal in
on
the
rent.
world.
Oh shit! It's gonna
Stop digging the
We're
hole.
being exposed. I've been tax frauding the government supposedly.
Pocket Jacks again
85,000.
from Milan this time.
They're definitely doing the rounds in this table. Do I play full time now? I guess you could say that. I haven't done anything else with my life for the last 10 years. I have been playing poker. And I think I mentioned this on the stream last time, but I do a little bit of coaching as well. That's my current gig, I suppose. I definitely don't play as much as I should, that's for sure.
I think you were pretty good last year. You were
Yep.
way better than in 2024.
Last year I really I kind of tried to tell myself, if you want to do this poker thing seriously for the rest of your life, whatever, you should really try to play it seriously, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're always the one saying if you get complacent, then the young kids get better than you and you lose your place on the ladder. You know, got folks like Paris and Liam. I don't think
Yep, they're snapping at my heels.
they're not gonna let you keep your spot easy. You know,
Absolutely not. And then with the advent of solvers and that kind of thing, it's never been easier to get better at poker. There's a lot of free content on YouTube and stuff like that as well. If that's your jam, especially if you're a beginner player, like there's a lot of stuff that can make you into a winning player at low stakes cash and low stakes tournaments.
and that's how you get the journey started. From there, it'll often be about the people you meet along the way.
Yep, I think that a big influence on my poker, the friends and stuff that I made along the way have definitely made me into the poker player I am today. So I'm very grateful for that. Kind of luckbox into them, a lot of them mostly. That's how it kind of works, though.
You're
right?
telling me, man. I own a poker room in Australia. You know how crazy that is for me? All because Bridges 3-bet me 4 hands in a row in Vegas 10 years ago. So we're on a direct pay jump here. $1,000 pay jump, so starting to get serious.
Tam picks up queens. Nothing scarier than when an extremely aggressive player picks up an actual hand. Fuddy has actually a considerable 3-bet candidate here. He does decide to fold. Doesn't want to mix it up with the chip leader. Nathaniel also could consider 3-betting a6 offsuit, but I think when
Look at these rag aces.
everyone had a lot.
Everyone's got one.
Shout out to Berkey, one of my students. Well,
6-3 raise, 220.
he's improved quite a lot as we've been doing this coaching thing. I think it's probably been like 6 or 7 months now.
Yeah,
He did have a rough series, but that's part of the game. Sammy Higgs with the 3-bet with a6 offsuit. I love it. I think this is a great play. He's unfortunately ran into The top of Tam's range here.
And very unlikely to find an ace, given what we've seen folded. So 3 people had the opportunity to make the aggressive ace blocker 3-bet. The third one does take it.
Does take it.
Tilted hand yesterday. Full house versus flush. 3-way all in. Jeez.
Poker can be sick sometimes.
That's a brutal one.
550. Seat 3 re-raise 550.
After 6 months of coaching Berkey, you've turned him into a great commentator. I will say, unironically, does definitely help with the commentary.
Pay the man.
His money.
Pays the man his money.
Pays a man his money.
Tam 4-bet clicks and Sammy just lets it go. Realize his hand's been caught in the cookie jar a little bit.
How old is everyone in chat? Can I get a 1 if you've seen Rounders and a 2 if you have not seen Rounders? In all the various chats.
I'm not expecting to see too many 2s here.
Yeah, mostly, I assume most everyone, but surely some of the younger pros will have not seen Rounders. Got a 3.
Irish O'Reilly has watched it 8 times, it looks like. 8 or 9 times.
The tech team has seen Rounders. Spiritual Tradie, I think, making a Hitchhiker's Guide reference there.
Equinox
With 42.
hasn't seen it. I would, if you're a fan of poker, then I would very much recommend watching that movie. There's a reason why it's beloved by the poker community. Very often when Hollywood tries to create a movie about niche hobbies, they get it extremely wrong.
Yeah.
And there are some funny hands.
The string betting is
Yeah,
when he's making it rain.
there is some very Hollywood stuff about Rounders, but it definitely captures the vibe of poker for sure.
Yeah.
Which I think is why it's so beloved.
I see what you mean, yeah. That's all that green dress, blue dress. You know,
Royal over straight flush over full house. Yep.
These are real green ones.
His heads up match is a classic. Getting flamed. Oh, Equinox, are you actually Foddy's son?
I think that's a troll. I'm gonna bet that's a troll. Anyone in the chat want to take me?
Yeah, there was a genuine someone's son
There
earlier.
was, but I don't think Equinox was in the chat for our first stream. I think he's trolling.
who's with me?
Whoever Foddy's kid is, that's a lucky kid. His dad's being turned into a legend right now.
Yep.
His apprentice. Oh, okay. Well, you've chosen a good mentor. Going deep.
He is trolling. Yep. I caught your bluff, my friend.
Got me red-handed. Is Rick's wife still in?
No comment. I'm definitely not deeply embarrassed about that, that's for sure.
I do believe Jess is still in, though.
Yes, Jessica, who is her own person, is still in the tournament.
Have you seen the movie where they hack the river card and it changes as the dealer flips it? No, but I am so down. That sounds like a terrible movie.
I was gonna say,
am in.
that sounds awful.
I am in.
I'd love to perhaps smoke something and watch that.
Are you an Oceans fan? Oceans 11, Oceans 12?
I'm a big fan of Ocean's 11. I didn't watch Ocean's 8. Is that the most recent one?
Don't
I think they kind of
watch
went,
it.
they went a bit Hollywood on that.
It was very pandering. It was very annoying. I feel like the most frustrating Hollywood movies are the ones where they're trying to appeal to a certain demographic and they just do the worst job ever. Like when they mess up chess or poker. It's like they make some of these movies nowadays that are aimed to be targeted at women, and it's like, have you ever met a woman before? Like, I swear it's just like a room of like 50 old guys being like, this is what women like, right? It's like, why don't you just ask what they like, you know?
You can hear
you can make a good movie, you know?
You can feel the boardroom of corporate execs like making the ideas for the movie, right? Like, it just doesn't feel authentic or real.
Yeah, Amanda with the classic Rounders quote, if you can't spot the sucker in the first half hour, then it's you.
That's how you do it.
I feel like when I'm at when I'm a fish at the table, you look around and it's just all mega crushers. You just know instantly because you recognize them all, and you're like, well, this sucks.
Yeah, especially in tournaments where you can't exactly choose your table. Sometimes you have to deal with the unlucky seat draw.
Actually, I see. Is
I think a random person sitting on this table would have that feeling. And look who's actually sat down. He snuck on the table. We didn't say George Zakos.
Oh,
From the original stream.
Welcome back.
He's snuck. He's got an absolute monster stack. I wonder if Ace Queen suited was treating him well on the other tables as well.
Zakos and Foddy, that's gonna be a battle. Zakos the original Foddy.
Yeah, I would say, yes.
Foddy the king of Darwin. Zach the original king of Darwin. So there's a
progression.
Yeah, you can see the through line here with the plot. By the way, while we're talking about shows and movies, let me just recommend a show to everyone here. If you have not seen it, Netflix show in German. It's called Dark. I know some people in the chat had seen it in the past. Just got Luke starting it recently. One of the all-timers. Bit of a heavy watch.
This is not a paid advertisement, by the way.
If Dark sponsored Playlive, that'd be the best day of my career.
We'd be in Darwin, that's for sure.
Yeah.
If Dark was sponsoring the stream,
we're going to Darwin.
You'd see us all over Australia.
I will say, when the stream gets its first legitimate sponsor, which I do hope to be in the next few months, we'll take a trip to Darwin.
Who are you looking to get sponsored, or is that?
Have some
is that
conversations going.
You have something going.
Chatting with some folks.
My personal my personal hope is that you get Luke's Banh Mi in the mix.
That would be great.
I don't know if anyone's heard about this. There's a banh mi place just around the corner from Playlive. It is named after me, but I don't own it, unfortunately. But it's probably one of the best. I mean, I don't want to say the best banh mi in Melbourne because I haven't gone to every spot.
Yeah, but
it's
the best banh mi I've ever had. And normally, this is my experience with eating banh mi in Australia is I get one, I'm like, wow, that's amazing. I tell Nee, and she's like, oh, that place sucks. And I'm like, well, okay. You're an actual Vietnamese person and a chef, right? Her whole family, obviously, behind the food operation we have here at Playlive, why the food is so good. I'm like, you recommend me a banh mi place. And then she sends me there. I eat it. I'm like, okay, yeah, this is way better. And then she's like, the place around the corner, Luke's, that's the best one.
Okay.
So, of course, when I heard that, I was just like...
You can't get a really high recommendation than that. I will say that. So if you come down to Playlive and you want some nice banh mi, just around the corner. But yeah, please get a sponsorship from them so we can have banh mi.
I want to at least get a player discount, man.
Yeah, that would be chill.
We do have player discounts with the Schnitz across the road. Also, the Greek place in South Melbourne Market.
It's called the Greek Tavern. Is that what it's called?
Yep.
I actually haven't tried that place. So
it's really good.
I always just go to the Smithburg.
I am also chatting to the folks at Smithburg's good. I'm also chatting with the folks at Liberty Slices.
Oh, you're in conversation with them?
Yes, Dahl, the owner, lovely guy. Trying to see if we can get a player discount there as well. Also, maybe a staff discount. I think it's kind of they're open later, so it's nice when people are ending their shift. A lot of amazing food in this area. One of the many reasons to come down to 129 York Street here in South Melbourne.
Absolutely.
The biggest reason, of course, being that we are in day 2. Playlive Melbourne Millions approaching end of day. Last hour of play here, final level.
And if you did come down for this tournament, you'll be playing for a prize pool of $1 million.
$1,000,000 and 34,000, I believe, was the total. 20K in equity payouts, just under. So left 1,014,122 left in the prize pool.
Do you want to talk about the equity payouts a little bit? That's an interesting thing that I don't think is really done in many poker rooms.
Yeah, not the one in South Yarra. Thank you for that. There is one. People have gone there, and then that's not very close. So, we do a unique thing here at Playlive with most of our tournaments where if there's multiple flights, then you can, let's say you found a bag in flight 1A, you can come back and continue to play. If you find a bigger bag, then your smaller bag will go through. Your biggest bag will always go through, and your smaller bags will get cashed out for their equity value. So it's kind of based on like an accumulator structure, but problem with accumulators are they're extremely minus EV for the players. So we wanted to design something similar that was actually worth doing.
And you end up getting some cash back and stuff like that.
Yeah, so if you do find multiple bags, and when we do it for the mystery bounties, I think this is the best. You pull your own bounty, so you automatically get to pull a mystery bounty if you bag multiple times.
That gives you a real incentive to make day 2, right?
Absolutely.
I'm a big fan of that. When I first heard that, you did that from the very first mystery bounty you guys ever ran, I believe, and I said that's a great idea.
Very
I'm a big
original
fan of
idea.
that.
We do try and do things a little bit differently here in general. Listen to the players and source ideas and try and make it fun. That's part of the beauty of running a place that's dedicated to the sport. Regardless of what everyone says, poker's second best sport in the world after chess. Nate Hutton, ace four of clubs, off his monstrous 3.6 million stack. Definitely going to open this one up.
He's been picking up some nice hands. Been playing some nice pots.
And the shades went on. So funny, such a friendly guy. But then when you get deep in the tournaments with him, the shades go on.
They're playing for a lot of money, my friend.
Yep, the talking ceases. You get the other side of the man.
And he just gets that raise straight through.
Gets it
George
through.
Zakos. Glad to see him back, still thriving. He did get quite lucky on this feature table, getting in that ace queen against those pocket jacks on the turn on that 10-7-7-7 board.
And he's doing something with the chips.
He absolutely is. You love to see it.
How often do I play chess? I play pretty much every day on my phone a little bit. I haven't played a serious game of chess in a little while, probably since I was back in America a few months ago. Can be hard for me to find opponents. There are a couple players here at Playlive, though. Also on the higher rated side of things. So I did make some new Lee Chess and Chess.com friends in the last couple days.
Is there anyone stronger than me?
I don't. There was one player that I would say would be right around your level. Yeah, Lukey,
I play a little bit myself.
my chess prodigy student. Broke 2,000 on chess.com. Very proud of him.
And I've now punted that off.
Hey, man. You at least did it.
I did. And it was on my own too.
Yes.
It really was.
Zero
like
help, zero sweat. Got to a rating that starts with a 2. That's a big achievement in chess, man.
Completely complying with the T&Cs of chess.com.
Didn't you play some bum in Canberra? Absolutely smashed you. Yes, I did play the #1 player in Australia. You know, it's an Armenian grandmaster named Hrant Artemiseyev. I freaked him out because I was like, oh, we have some mutual friends. And he laughed because obviously I'm from another country and so is he. And we're playing this, poker game together in Canberra. I was like, no, I'm serious. And so I was talking about Eric and Amon and Robin. He was like, "Oh, we really do," I was like, "Yeah."
I'm sure he probably hears all the time that people play chess.
Of
he plays
course.
them and he just bodies them, obviously.
Yeah. So
I'm sure he was happy to play someone of at least some strength. He did inevitably body you.
Of course. I'm not a total waste of his time. I actually had a winning position on board. A very simple tactic. Got nervous under time pressure against the grandmaster and choked it, but did actually have a win on board.
That's part of the battle when you're playing someone that strong.
Yeah, they have that aura, man. They just look at you like they're going to grab your soul and eat it.
Similar to when Luke had to play that bum Adamo heads up last year.
Yeah.
Yes, very true.
Similar experience, right?
I made a 5K FT last year with Adamo, and to say he had a monstrous chip stack is an understatement. I think he had 180 big blinds, and the next biggest stack was me with like 35 to 40 big blinds.
Wow.
And this is on the bubble of an FT, small field 5K tournament. I think it was like maybe 50 or 60 players, and 7 or 8 cash, and there was 9 players remaining. And man, the way he wielded his chip lead was quite the sight to behold. I will say that he played that final table masterfully.
Drawing hand. How often do we won?
So I give full credit to him. He did win that. I got heads up with him. He had a 8-1 chip lead.
I remember you described the experience. You're like, "Oh, it was great. I just sat back, folded into second place, and watched Odamo do his thing." Can't hate that. Second place, great result in the 5K. Luke spawned me OP in the Facebook chat. Agreed. Good luck to George Zakos. Shout out to Tony.
Yeah, I think Luke's by me. It's one of those things. If you know, you know.
Yeah, man. And have you tried the crispy duck yet?
I have.
Oh man. Ooh,
It's
I
good.
fell in love.
Folding the Queen 5 suited against the old Zakos over here.
Quite a tight
Quite a tight
fold in the big blind.
But also, he hasn't really been playing tight in other spots. I wonder what made him decide to fold there?
Ziggles did have pocket jacks too. Wondering if Fuddy has a read.
Potential live read. I'd love to ask him. I was chatting with him quite a bit yesterday on the Final Two Tables, the Mystery Bounty, and he's quite a nice guy. I'm sure if I asked him, he would tell me why he folded that.
Look at this view of the room, man. Beautiful, masterful camera work.
Great job by the tech team. Where is Luke's Barn Me? I feel like we're becoming a Luke's Barn Me advertisement stream. It is literally just around the corner. I mean, you Google it, it's a 3-minute walk.
Can't miss it. Come out of the venue, take a right, take another right,
and just walk straight up.
And you're there. A lot of good food on that block. Songs, dumplings, very solid. We had that for lunch today.
We did. It was delicious.
Yeah, we absolutely got to get the Luke's Banh Mi discount. I did go over there once, get a banh mi, and say to the lady working, who I don't think spoke too much English, like, hey, I own a business down the road. Like, can I speak to your boss maybe? Do you have a phone number?
And Foddy, wait, sorry to interrupt your story here.
Pocket kings for
Foddy picks up
Foddy.
kings. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to get too much action in these positions if he does decide to 3-bet. Let's see how he
Could we
plays
ever
this.
see a 4-bet bluff from Sam Higgs?
Potentially, but there has not been that many 3-bets on this table that we've seen thus far. You haven't seen that many hands. It's only been an hour or so that we've been rallying this table, but hasn't been quite the aggression. I think a lot of players are just starting to eye that first prize. He does 3-bet. He does a min 3-bet here.
He clicks him.
He clicks him.
This is going to put Higgs in a tough spot.
Yeah, I think he's forced to call. Such a small sizing in position here. This is one of the advantages of 3-betting kings for this sizing. You do get a call from a hand that might have folded if it went bigger, but you're also letting a lot of hands that you might not want to let in, namely some ace-x hands just have an overcard to your kings. And I'm sure a lot of people in chat, they know that their kings are ace magnets.
The classic.
You might want to charge a little bit more when you have kings here, but it's worked out absolutely perfectly for Foddy here, where he's gotten a call from a hand that's basically just drawing dead. And Higgs just snap folds.
Doesn't even consider floating in position with the King of Diamonds.
I think Foddy has just made a bet that's a little bit too big to float with a speculative hand like that, especially, I'm assuming when you're open under the gun and your opponent min-clicks you from the small blind, you're going to put them on a pretty strong range.
Yeah.
It's a range that, even if you hit your king or queen, you might still potentially not be good, which was the case here. So, definitely a disciplined fold there with the king of clubs, but I like it. Definitely had a good read situation there. I think it was unavoidable to lose any less chips there than Sammy
This
Higgs
is like a
did.
ghost in the commentary room. I'm
Feels
not
like
a
it.
big ghost surreal guy, but that door slams,
keeps-
and then this one opened.
This is weird.
Put your ghosts in the chat.
That just all happened at the same time. Elvin here has the pocket sevens. Opens under the gun. He's been quite quiet on this final table. Hasn't really had many hands to VPip with. He finally finds an opening and runs straight into the ace-king of Milan here. Interesting whether he decides to small 3-bet, jam, or call. He just makes his decision real easy and decides to rip. Can't blame him here.
So we are going to have a good old-fashioned coin flip unless someone wakes up behind.
Well, I think Elvin is going to fold. When you're facing a 22 big blind jam from this
Yeah,
position,
it's for quite a bit, huh?
when you're facing a jam of this size, yeah.
Nice. Finds a nice quick fold. I have work at 6 a.m. Why am I still watching this? What can I say?
It's our dulcet tones that
I think it was my sister that said that in the chat, right?
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I knew I got it from somewhere. Yeah, where
We do really appreciate you being here. If you're just joining us, it's going to be my last spiel of the night. 129 York Street, Playlive Melbourne Millions. This is the main event, the one and only. the big one, end of day 2 action. 41 players left, over $1 million in the prize pool. I mean,
Yeah.
come on, guys.
You get a free food and bed. You get a free food and bed package if you say how many times Josh has said that over the course of the stream.
Yeah. Oh man, imagine over the course of the series.
Oh yeah, over the course of the series, I'm sure you've said words to that effect many times.
Trying to mix up how I say it. You know?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, you have to do it, but I'm sure
Took
it's
off
more.
work in case I ran deep in the main. Now I got a few days to cry myself to sleep. Unlucky. It's good to have a couple days off once in a while, though. Is she the chip leader? Are there bigger stacks on other tables? I do believe he is the chip leader.
I think Tam will be the chip leader. 5 million chips is nothing to sneeze at. That's 50 start stacks.
50 souls harvested.
And he's decided to 3-bet Queen Jack suited here, taking the more aggressive option. I really like this play. Body suspicious, but can't do anything with 9-4 offsuit. Even though he's got a little bit of a stack to play with now. All the players are behind him set in hands. And I think George, seeing how he played previously, he ain't the kind of man that's fold to a small 3-bet. We did see someone fold pocket 8s to a similarly smaller size 3-bet much earlier on in the tournament. George, definitely not that kind of player.
Certainly not. Shout out to Ali. He has been here since the beginning. And with Zakos back on the table at the same time as Fadi, I mean, how can you leave? And again, this is going to be my last one of these spiels for the night. If you guys want to do us a favor, follow on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, even our Twitter if you want. That's our least active platform, but we do have one. We would super duper appreciate it. Helps us out a lot. Help us spread a thing that we think is pretty special.
I was just about to say, one of the reasons why flatting these small pairs out of position is tough is because you get a board like this where you actually have the best hand, but it's hard to stand up to aggression. He does decide to find the check call here with pocket 4s. A little bit loose from these positions, but at the same time, feels like he has the best hand. I will say Tam is not the kind of guy that you want to make these speculative floats with unless you're planning on calling down a lot of streets. He does decide to check it back, sensing maybe a stronger range, or maybe sensing that George is the kind of guy that loves to call.
And Zakos doing the thing, the insta-bet.
What has he done? He's bet a 10% pot bet here. Someone check his pocket. Has he got the solver out here?
I was about to say, that might be genius.
This could be... This is quite the interesting play here. I wonder what Tam is going to think of this play. He obviously has Queen 8. He can't call. How is he going to read into this extremely small bet sizing? Obviously extremely unconventional. It's about 15% pot.
Time does the stream finish? I do believe we're going to wrap up around 1. So start of play was meant to be 12, but there's so many people getting seated simultaneously. It's more like 12:20 plus the delay. So yeah, it should be right around 1 a.m. You'll have a little more than half an hour with me and Lukey left in the booth.
Tam does just let it go there, and you kind of see the power of a little block bet like that, where if he checked, Tam almost would have felt like he was forced to bluff, and pocket 4s might have felt really uncomfortable making that call in the river.
Any plans for a player of the series moving forward? Yeah, definitely. We had originally hoped to get one instituted for this series, but just had so many things going on at the same time, trying to get the live stream ready. Didn't get around to it in time, but yeah, absolutely. We've done it once before. We're going to kind of make it more of a structured thing. Looking into doing some leaderboards for outside of the series times too. Started the day watching from Darwin, now still watching but from Perth. Hope you had a good flight. That's badass. If we have one for this series, I think it's Higgs. I think it'd have to be Josh Chen. Josh Chen has made every final table ever. Yeah, we're working on a new kind of more sophisticated version of the daily leaderboard. Had some cool ideas there. Always cooking. Trying to make things better. Shout out to Basebaldy, Chalky Dan.
You're always trying new things here at Play Live, which is good to see. Sometimes doesn't work out, but it mostly does. A lot of the different ideas you've had have been quite popular, huh? The mystery bounty you guys run on Mondays has just been getting progressively more and more runners over the course of the last few months. The Joker jackpot has been quite a big hit.
Yeah, that will come back after the series at some point. Oh, look at this. The 86.
Just flops the joint.
Flops everything.
With a straight flush draw.
Why not? The big blind special. Now that sucks. That's such a downgrade. You had a straight. You had a straight flush draw. Now you have like the fourth nuts. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, with the leaderboard, exactly. It's something we want to kind of plan and let people know, give a lot of build up and hype so that they know it's coming.
I think he's looking to his straight flush and thinking, his straight flush outs, thinking at least I've got that, if my hand's not good already. He's going to get the bad news. The board does pair, so George does snap check it back here. I think I would have liked to have seen a value bet on the river there. I know the board does pair. It's a little bit of a scary river. You did have the nuts, and you kind of downgrade a little bit, but you just got so many hands you can get value from in that spot. So many queen of clubs, jack of clubs, they're going to find it really hard to fold for a small bet, and I think it's really unlikely those hands are going to turn themselves into a bluff. So we are getting deep in the tournament. There are some ICM considerations. He does have a huge stack though, so
yeah, you will see players start to kind of be a little bit tighter, missing out on some streets of value in the name of, you know, locking up the win.
Yeah, and I think that's where some of the more experienced players kind of shine and show their edge. Those thin value bets where you eke out some value that other players either might be too scared to or just unwilling to go for. Really, those spots really make a difference. It's only, you know, 1 or 200K here and there, but those pots really add up.
Poker tournament's very much a collection of small optimizations, right?
Yeah, and those 6 spots where you get check jammed on when you have a good hand like that, they really happen so rarely. And when they do happen, your opponent very often just has the goods. So
you can just let it go.
Unless you're against some very specific opponents.
Alright, that might be the start of the heater. Let's go. Need a cold table for me.
It is getting quite late, so not sure if he's gone to do that, but maybe he's had a coffee.
Raise me and I fold it like a girl.
Sometimes it's your turn to fold.
I might need one. I'm getting a little bit sleepy.
Yep. Card rack. Who requested the table change? Players. Alright, to all of us, got a stream table. Line up, climb up. That's it. Let's get to it. Wait till we warm up again.
King Jack here for Foddy.
I'd love to see his VPIP. I feel like he's just been playing almost every hand. He's been getting the hands to play with, that's for sure. But,
yeah, he's made some tight, like some disciplined folds as well too. It's kind of funny. Feels like he's very much trusting his reads. So far, they've been correct.
It's definitely worked out for him.
His VPIP is too small.
Alvin decides to make the flat here with King 10-0 in the cutoff versus +2.
Don't love a call.
A little bit dicey.
Yeah. I think King 10 is a hand that's going to play a little bit better as a 3-bet or a fold.
Especially offsuit. He doesn't even decide to Bet his hand here with backdoor
Yeah, I
flush raising.
think when
10
checked to,
cards.
kind of a mandatory bet, but I mean, he's going to always find the bet here on the turn.
He
No.
does keep checking it. Just wants to realize his equity.
I think he thinks King 10
Freaks
might
out.
just be good.
He does have some showdown value, that's for sure, but he's getting such early position. When your opponent takes this line, he's going to have a ton of check down hands with showdown value, such as pocket jacks through pocket sixes, which has booked up on the river, but yeah, you can definitely put pressure on. And King Jack does make the bluff with the best hand and take it down.
Siki was talking about us having our own Darwin Awards. Do believe that's named after Charles Darwin, because you know, survival of the fittest. But I'm from the vibes I'm getting of what Darwin's like from the Darwin people. Seems quite fitting for the place as well. I do want to eat me some croc. I've had croc and gator before.
Yep, I've also eaten crocodile. I think we had it together at that dinner at Attica we had.
Yeah, that's right. We had the crocodile ribs. I think we also had gator together. Do you remember that really fancy restaurant we went to in Sydney with all the boys that kind of sucked? Pretty sure I got like gator fritters.
I can't really remember that. It was definitely that was my first introduction to fine dining. I think I was a little bit too inexperienced to get the full enjoyment out of the scenario.
Yeah, it really threw you in the deep end.
Yeah, I had the feeling that going to Attica is kind of like a place for when you're kind of sick of other fine dining and you want some weird stuff to mix your palate up a little bit. I mean, the food was obviously fantastic, but you know.
It's a challenging experience. They're very self-aware about that. That's why they do bring you out for the unlimited kebab at the end, if you remember that, outside.
Yeah, just to cleanse your palate a little bit.
They're like, we know we fed you a lot of weird experimental things. Here's a bunch of meat.
That's why when you're losing in cash too, especially
Barbecue emu.
Everyone's happy.
I can't say I've ever tried that.
I'd try that. I've had a lot of odd birds. There's when I was a university student, there was a place in Baltimore that famously makes burgers out of strange things. Had a camel burger. Highly recommend that, surprisingly.
Sometimes you're like, well, you just keep playing.
Had yak as well in my time in China.
Been a little bit more adventurous with food than I have.
Little by little, you know. As a kid, I was a very picky eater, I think is the funny thing.
I did eat some parts of a chicken in China that I didn't think that I would.
Yeah, I'm actually so proud of you for that. I wasn't sure if I should order that or not when we got the traditional stew. And yeah, I mean,
Was
head and all, you know.
It tasted good. What can I say?
It was, yeah, really amazing. The guy did say it was his signature dish, so.
You have to trust him. When the guy says that, you gotta believe him.
Sam Higgs putting in the 3-bet here with the King Queen of Spades.
People have been playing very aggressively with King Queen suited preflop. I've noticed.
That's true. Been a lot of 3-bets. Pocket
It's
sevens.
been mostly working out for them, I would say, and I think the same thing is gonna happen here. Foddy has kind of been put in the reverse spot that he put Higgs in earlier, where he min-clicked the kings and got called. Now he's been effectively min-clicked out of position with ace-8 suited. I'm interested to see what he decides to do here. He does have the best hand, but playing a pot out of position in these positions is always tricky. He does decide to call, so we're going to see a flop.
Which should he grab for the 1 milli? I did say I might do a shoey. I feel like that could be apt. Foddy does outflop him. Higgs is going to put in a C-bet on an ace-high board pretty much always.
I think so, yeah. It'll be interesting to see how Higgs navigates the turn here.
I choose the shoe. No, I think I'd choose my own shoe. The tears of busted flats. I'm kind of curious about this barbecue emu now. Yeah, the punishments have been brought back up this stream. I am going to have to do something.
But he does make the call here, and that's quite the action-killing turn card. I think with King Queen with no real relevant blockers to the board. I guess you block ace queen suited, which is something considerable. Might just find a give up here. When your opponent check calls you in this spot, they've got quite the strong range given they've opened up the gun. Flush comes in. He does decide to keep going. Recognizing he doesn't have that many bluffs here. So having to dig a little bit deeper into the vault to find something to get the vault. Unfortunately, he's going to run into an ace here. And this is what looks like an easy call, but Foddy is absolutely bluff catching right now. And if you think about Higgs's pre-flop range, a lot of the bluffs that he would have pre-flop actually have Foddy out-kicked. Ace-Jack, Ace-10 suited, Ace-Queen, Ace-King obviously is a value hand. All these hands are very much in...
Ace-5 suited's a boat.
Ace-5 suited,
Ace-Deuce suited as
is a
well,
bluff,
also
yeah.
a boat. And look at this,
Okay.
speaking of boats.
Foddy is no longer worried about those hands.
Now, I will say, when you have the flop and you're Foddy, it's a tricky spot if the barrels keep coming. When you see the repeat ace on the turn, you do feel a bit better about your hand. Just because, of course, you are coolered by all of those hands, but they're just so much less likely.
Of course. But it's also less likely that your opponent will decide to bluff.
Continue to bluff, yeah.
On a card like an ace. So when I do agree on the turn, you feel quite good.
Foddy does opt for a lead,
I
hoping
don't-
his opponent has an ace, but
I don't love that play.
goes a little bit out of flow there.
Yeah.
But look at this, 43% aggression frequency from Foddy. And it is paying off for him. Over 4 million in chips.
I understand what Foddy was doing there. He's obviously rivered the nuts.
He's like, yeah, if he had ace king, ace queen, ace jack,
Yeah, the problem is that if he has those hands,
Ace-5.
he will very likely
Bet
bet
anyway.
himself. He's really trying to get value out of kings, queens, jacks, the 3-bet pre-flop, and decide to double barrel on that ace turn, figuring they probably have the best hand once the ace rolls off, right? The problem with that is I think that those hands at this stage of the tournament are really going to find a check on the flop or the turn, especially because that ace of hearts was a flush completer. I think Higgs is going to feel pretty happy about that because a lot of the time he might have felt the need to bluff and it would have been straight to the nuts. So still a nice pot for Foddy, but I would have loved to have seen a little bit of, I'm not sure if discipline or patience is the right word there. What do you think the word is for that spot where we're checking the river and just letting your opponent either continue to value bet or continue to bluff? Like what would the word be for that?
yeah, it's a very unique poker thing, right? It's hard to give it a word. It's like that willingness to believe that
Yeah, I mean,
sticking to the plan
yeah,
is the way,
yeah,
right?
Of course, obviously, you're quote unquote trapping because you have the nuts. I just more mean there's a kind of there's something you need to like have the. It's like it's almost brave to check the nuts there in a way. You know what I mean? Because you're risking it going check, and you just needed to find that for one more street, I think. But still, quite a nice pot. He did get two streets of value from a hand that was basically drawing dead, so you can't complain too much about that. I think if he'd maybe played with Higgs a bit more, he'd know how aggressive he is, and that maybe potentially he
Would have found a check on the river.
is the kind of player that might find a bluff there. But yeah, Higgs definitely very happy with that lead. Restraint.
Look at this. Is Foddy thinking about a hero call with 10 high? Or is he even thinking about re-popping it? He does have the best hand.
He sure does. 10
Very
high,
hard to know that from his perspective.
in these blind beat blind spots, 10 high does have some showdown value. If you don't believe your opponent's value betting ace or king high, it's quite reasonable to, and he does make the call.
Wow. And that is an unbelievable call from Foddy.
Unbelievable.
I mean, he's never going to mess with you blind versus blind ever again.
You love to see it. Fantastic call.
Reminiscent of Max Steinberg back in the main event, 2015, I believe that was.
Correctly assessed, or, well, we're actually not sure, but he has assessed that, or he's potentially assessed that Tam not value betting thin enough there. I think in a spot like that, You're going to need to find some value bets with ace high, potentially even king high given the action. Check down to the river. A lot of players aren't finding that. They're just finding the very natural check down. And in that scenario, if your opponent is not value betting ace or king high and has a lot of random junky bluffs, calling with 10 high is completely reasonable there. It's definitely a bluff catcher there. The only problem is, against some more experienced players, inexperienced players, you might actually run into a better 10 high that might think their hand actually does, misassessing their hand doesn't have showdown, running into that. Tam, not that kind of player. I think he would recognize that 10-9 has a decent amount of showdown in a spot like that. So he is correctly polarized, at least for the bluffing end of his range. And great call.
Shout outs to Liam in the chat. Correcting the spelling on Mr. Nate Hutton's name. I think it's just pulled directly from the system, so the name's probably misspelled in CasinoWare. I'll have to look at that. Some people have some funny names in there.
Mm-hmm.
So multiple massive stacks here. Stacks have become a bit polarized, but look at this structure, man. Even the shortest stack,
Still with
20 big blinds. 39 players remaining. This is where it starts to get really serious. You've come so far. 750 some odd players gone. Only 38 more suckers to get through to be the champion, win $170,000, and the golden Playlive Spade, 1 of 1.
The Poker Pulse podcast saying, "Let's go, Nathaniel." Shout out to them. I've seen a couple of their podcasts, including the most recent one, I believe. I also saw the one with Liam in it. I think I mentioned that earlier. Give them a look. Troy, Catherine, and Craig, I believe. That's who.
Yep, that is correct.
They're the ones who run that podcast.
When's the next blind level? 50, 100, or 40, 80? No, I think it's 30, 60.
I think it's 30-60, my friend.
I mean, we are... This is what we're talking about with this main event structure. It is peak, as we say in the anime fandom community.
It's called the Poker Pulse podcast. Probably Australia's biggest poker podcast. Not that there's too many of those.
It's all about the drink bottle. Also true, the 1 of 1 says Melbourne Millions main event champion drink bottle. I will say, whoever wins this will be the first ever Melbourne Millions main event champion. And given how big the field has been this year, I do expect the prestige of that to really grow over the years.
Only increase, for sure.
I mean, from the DMs I've been getting, I think next year is going to be nuts. I'll call it now. It is going to be
Josh is calling it.
a whole other level. And this one already was just insane.
George coming in with a 3x with King Queen offsuit. Again, proving himself to be quite the unconventional aggressive player. Elects to go for a half pot c-bet here. Or slightly under half pot. And already ace deuce in a very tricky spot on the monotone board.
Let's
He does
just let it
to
go.
fold.
I think I actually like that. Despite the fact that his hand is currently ahead, so difficult to actually make it to the river.
It's very difficult to navigate.
Realize your equity.
And you're going to have to find yourself either making some tough bluffs on some runouts or having to check fold and lose some chips in that way. And again, the c-bet was quite big because the pot was already inflated because he made it 3x pre-flop, and then betting quite a big sizing on a monotone flop, which is not quite the standard there. Definitely don't blame him for folding.
Might have to ask for the drink bottle and some merch. Unfortunately, the drink bottles can only be one. We do have the normal ones. I do believe those are available for purchase, but these are for champions only, so I do not even have one. Yeah, we'll have to do 2 million punishment. All right, I will commit to this. I'm going to do my punishment this year. I'm going to do it. I said I was going to do it, so I'll do it. And next year, if we hit 2 million in the main, I will do another one. I think I might commit to the shoey for this one.
I feel like King, Queen, and Pocket Jacks have been kind of getting passed around this table.
Yeah, hands of the stream.
Does just get it through. Hutton deciding to fold the 7-6 suited. Deciding his opponent was open from a little bit too early of a position and was a little bit too short to...
Yes,
play
the
a
next
speculative
series
hand with
dates
7-6
are
suited.
already advertised. In fact, all the series for the rest of the year have been advertised.
Except for one surprise series, which I also... Well, I don't know if it's a series. I don't know what it is.
That's the thing. Could be anything.
It was surprise something.
You can check it all out. We have a save the date pinned on our Instagram. That's the easiest place to find it. We'll also be putting that up on the website, Facebook, and everywhere in the next few days. But you can check it out on our Instagram. Save the date with literally every date we have in Melbourne for the rest of the year. Our next series is Grand Prix weekend, March 5th. Should be an awesome one. Can you run Melbourne Millions main event satellites soon after this series? That'll blow up huge. Yeah, we are planning on running Satties throughout the year for sure. Gonna have to give people a small break from the Melbourne Millions after it finishes up, but absolutely you can expect Satties to run throughout the year.
There might be a little bit of fatigue, given just how big this series was.
Yeah,
As to be expected.
give people some time to recoup.
Jared does open kings under the gun, and George, being the relentless player that he is, has flattered king 9 offsuit under the gun 1. I can't say I would try this at home, folks. And then Christopher has also come along in the small blind with ace 8 of clubs.
So the next main event, to answer your question, Kev, the series starts on the 5th of March. So the main will be, there'll be a couple of flights, but it's always toward the end of the series if you are flying in and you want to just play it straight through. So I think it's the 5th to the 16th. So it'll be the last 4 days. So right around the 10th or 11th of March would be when you want to get here if you want to play the main.
Look at this. George has decided to bet his middle pair on the flop. Christopher has turned his hand to a check raise, and Jared just snap mucks kings, which I don't blame him for at all, given the ranges that he's supposed to be up against in a spot like this. The ace 8 of clubs bluff, definitely reasonable. The king 9, definitely unconventional, I would say. What's he gonna do here? He just decides to check, and George... What an interesting hand. Wow. And it's gone check on the turn. Jared is going to throw up in his mouth when he sees the hands go to showdown. I definitely don't blame him for folding kings there. Definitely don't expect the players to have
Another pot for
hands
George
like that.
Zakos.
He just...
God Zakos. He needs we need to give him and Foddy some sort of catchphrase. Foddy's the 7-4 god. That nickname went around from the Darwin community, so of course got to let them name their own guy. And the king of Darwin, number one player in Darwin.
And what's your nickname for Katie again?
Lethal Weapon.
Lethal Weapon, obviously, yeah. That one's... I heard that's been catching on around the poker room.
Yeah, please
I
help.
know you're proud of that one.
Help spread the word there. Very proud of that one. Very appropriate, I think, for how she plays. And also because she didn't know what Lethal Weapon was, and I thought that was funny. I think she does now, but...
Katie definitely of the Zoomer generation. Doesn't get all the references that Josh whips out on the regular.
Yeah. Me in my 30s, man. I'm out of touch.
Honestly, I don't get some of them sometimes. So.
I had my niece call me cringe recently. I made some Gen Alpha brain rot joke.
You didn't get what 6-7 was or something?
This is the thing, is that she thinks I don't get it, but I do get it.
I'm going to say now, I don't get that. So.
Nah, no one gets it.
Christopher does just get it through with the ace.
Darwin sounds like it was a fun poker scene. All 30 of them. Yeah. I can't wait. I'm telling you. On the horizon.
You had it here first, folks. Playlive coming to Darwin.
At least we're going.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I don't think everyone else has the same special relationship. We've built a relationship with the Darwin poker community.
Absolutely.
I know that if I go, I'm going to have the time of my life. Like, I can already tell just from the vibe that I'm going to have a great time. Drink between 1 and 87 beers and...
swim with some crocodiles.
When you get here, ask for Samson. He's our agent. Sweet. Shout outs to Samson. That's true. From APS, Grand Prix Series will also be AFL Round 1.
Another good reason to come to Melbourne, of course.
Good time of the year. Series begins.
I assume round 1 will be Richmond Carlton. That's usually is that the game they usually run on round 1?
It was last year,
Yeah.
right? Might use that as an excuse to get a day off. Samson blowing up his own spot with the YouTube name.
We know who you are, my friend. George Zakos again. This guy cannot lose pots at the moment.
Can't play coast the Zakos, dude.
He's defended the Jack 3 suited and then just started to, I guess, donk 3/4 the flop. Again, a very unconventional play. He did have the best hand and takes it down.
106 big blinds for Zakos.
He's crushing.
Nice.
5.3 million. Damn.
Yeah, Amanda, you won a shirt, but it cost you a vacation. That is on deck for you whenever you want it. Can even potentially get it shipped, but would prefer if you came and got it. Good excuse. Come hang out. Oh. I am getting word that Paris Suzukas was the one who busted in 39th.
GG to Paris. I saw you had a big stack on the bubble. Unfortunate. I'm sure you'd be very disappointed with coming 38th, or 39th, sorry. But still, pretty nice score.
Pocket Kings again for Alvin.
Oh. And Tam has ace jack suited here. He might just elect to rejam pre-flop. I think I prefer a call. And it's not because his opponent has kings. It is because ace jack suited keeps in a lot of dominated hands if you call. That if you throw a jam on, your opponent might decide to fold, especially this deep in the tournament. I'd much rather jam a hand like ace 5 or ace 4 suited.
C3 re-raise, 300.
Goes for a small 3-bet in juice. Not sure if I love this versus position just because if you get jammed on from +2, which is going to happen in this scenario, you're going to be in a very tough spot. Against the cutoff of the button, sure. Go for the induce, you might get some wider jams in there. And Tam is in the spot that I just described, and he's not happy with it. He's kind of smiling to himself, knowing he's made a mistake. And that's why you kind of don't want to 3-bet ace jack. It's such a pretty hand. You really just want to see a flop with it. 3-bet folding ace jack suited. I'm sure all the poker players in the chat looking at that are feeling the pain of folding a hand as nice as that, especially when you've just got the option to just call for such a cheap price. He might think that Alvin isn't 4-bet jamming enough as a bluff there, and that when you 3-bet, you only get called by all the hands you dominate, and when you get jammed on, you can make an easy fold because you're only ever crushed by that range.
Some logic to it, but you give up your...
Folding such a pretty hand pre-flop is it's sacrilege in my house. He's got a big stack there. He's not minding too much.
Gabe Goat Dealer.
Some chips, but
definitely way up there. Yes, you'll notice on the live stream, we are of course going to get a rotation of some of our very best dealers. Always like to pick people that have experience dealing live streams as well. Can be quite stressful if you're a dealer and don't have experience doing it. It's very different than your regular dealing experience. They are constantly communicating the action into their headset, so the tech team knows what the action is. Can create a show for all of us. So yeah, it's a lot to manage. Got to run the game, deal the cards, make change, communicate. But yeah, Gabe a beast.
some nice compliments in the chat. for me. Thank you very much. I'm trying to do a nice balance of informative and entertaining.
I think I'm more just entertaining.
Don't sell yourself short, my friend.
Yeah, I do like to get into the strategy mix, but I do like to bring on some top pros.
Ultimately, that is what I think a lot of people find enticing about poker. The fact that it is a form of gambling that has that skill element to it. Making money playing cards is just an inherently fun thing for people.
Yeah, it's so
to think-
unique.
Exactly.
Hey, Ronnie in the YouTube chat, what's going on? Catching us right at the end of the day. I lied when I said it was going to be my last spiel. I am going to do one more. You've seen a lot of people come in. If you haven't already, follow us on all the various platforms. It helps a lot. And of course, come on down. You got me. You got Luke Martinelli in the booth. Playlive Melbourne Millions. Main event. Look at that. Over $1 million in the prize pool. I love looking at that,
It's
man.
great. And I just want to make it clear, I hope that some of my analysis isn't really coming across as either disparaging or, knocking on any of the players. Obviously, these players have sat down, they play with each other for many hours we haven't seen. They've got their own reads and their own plays. And, their own reason for the plays. I am just trying to give my analysis from the top down with the information that I have and how I feel the hand's played. And ultimately, there can be many reasons for someone making the play they make, and we only can work with the limited information that we have in the booth. So yeah, no, I'm definitely not knocking at anyone. Everyone's been playing great, to be honest. I've loved watching the stream and seeing the way different players approach this potentially life-changing money, and let's see how it finishes up. When we approach the end of day, you typically see people tightening up, making that day 3 such a nice milestone. Get to tell your buddies you've bagged up at the end of day 2. That's always something nice to write in the group chat, isn't it? Especially if you potentially sold some action.
Absolutely. Who doesn't love making a day 3?
Absolutely.
Not a lot of day 3s out there in the world, right? It has to be quite a big tournament for day 3 to even exist. And of course, day 4, that's always like when you know.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you make a day 4, you are deep, man.
Well, in this case, day 4 would just be straight up the final table, so quite exciting. Cam, making the standard open with Queen 9 suited in the cutoff. And Nathaniel has a hand that he could definitely go either way with. You're definitely deep enough where 3-betting King 10 suited is the option here. Alvin with the astute 10-7-0 fold. I think multi-way does not play that well, especially this deep in the tournament covered by 2 very aggressive players, so I like the fold there.
Yeah, day 3 is going to start at noon tomorrow. I will be back here in the booth with Berkey, 12:20 sharp. I expect to see all you degenerates in here with us. Seriously, if you are available, if you want to chuck us on during your lunch break, on your second monitor at work, whatever it is, 12:20 restart, and it will be a 12:20 restart for the final table on day 4 as well. What's considered a deep rain? Well, the min cash in the WSOP main is either the end of day 3 or the start of day 4, depending on how it goes.
I think a deep run, I probably would qualify that as when the big blind is the start stack. That's when you're definitely in a deep run. Obviously, for some tournaments before then, given the how many people enter and stuff like that. In the WSOP main event, just the structure is so sick. Funnily enough, day 3 isn't a deep run, and
yeah, it's not even in the money sometimes.
It isn't exactly.
Yeah, I think in the WSOP main, day 5 is definitely where the deep runs begin.
That's when people really start sweating their stacks.
Yeah, you can see like, if I can double one time and make it to day 6, it's gonna change my life, you know.
The tension kicks up a notch on day 5, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's the amazing thing about 2-hour levels, man.
Mm-hmm. It's quite a sick tournament. I can say that I think I've played it 4 or 5 times at this. Actually, maybe 5 or 6 times. I've been to Vegas quite a few times at this stage. At this point in my life, I've probably spent almost 2 years of my life there. So, and I've played the main event every year that I've been. It's an amazing tournament. It's a different feeling to many tournaments. If anyone has the money and they're in Vegas and at least try to fire some satellites into it. Just because they're always running and they're shooting stuff. And we actually talked about this earlier. Foddy actually picks up the pocket aces. Milan has been playing quite snug and has decided to make a little bit of a loose open with pocket twos under the gun, and he's gonna find out why maybe opening pocket twos isn't necessarily advised of this stack size, because when you get 3-bet, you can't really flat.
Yeah, and I'm surprised to see this open, honestly, because he's been playing so snug.
Potentially some frustration and not having many good hands.
Or maybe even trying to take advantage of that image, right? If we're noticing it, surely his opponents are as well.
Absolutely. Fetty doesn't really matter what... Oh, sorry, Foddy. Doesn't really matter...
Foddy wop.
Foddy.
I don't know.
No,
I'm working on it.
And Milan does just fold the pocket deuces.
He can't outplay coast the Zakos. That's too easy.
The only time Luke folded kings pre-flop was in the WCP event. Brayden, you're actually incorrect about that. I folded kings pre-flop 3 times in my life, and one of them was in the main event. It was correct. The gentleman messaged me afterwards asking me how he thought that he played the hand, and he actually linked me to the 2+2 thread that he had made about it.
Were you right all 3 times?
I was definitely right 2 of the times because, well, I mean, unless that gentleman was lying about his 2+2 thread.
Nah.
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
I completely believe him, obviously. And then the other one went to showdown, and then the other one, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Anyone who's played with me knows that I generally don't like folding too much. So if I'm holding kings pre-flop, there's a very good reason for it.
I've never had the spot. I'm ready for it. Like, I'm mentally prepared to have the spot, but I never have had it happen to me.
One of the times I folded was in the APL Million main event, and I was facing a cold 6-bet jam all in. So that one, and a call in front of me, by the way, by someone who's already V-pipped. So
that's almost an easy. I don't want to say an easy fold, but like, if there's ever a spot where it's just sort of a standard fold, look at this. Foddy just folds the 8s.
That's because George has 4x'd, with ace jack.
Can't outplay coast the Zakos, man.
He's making this feature table his, that's for sure.
Just taking some unconventional lines and
It's
really
really working out for him.
putting his opponents in the blender. 108 big blinds. Still 15 big blinds for the shortstop. 25K, 50K. I do believe we're going to have 2 more hands. Did hear the floor announce 4 more hands earlier. 2 more hands until the end of the day.
So unfortunately, we are going to have to leave you soon. But we've had a great day of play. Seen some fantastic hands from the players, honestly. I've been very impressed with the level of play, and been very impressed with the level of playing to win. Seems like, I mean, I don't know if the feature table here at Playlive is bringing that out, or what's going on in the water. Have you tested the water down here? Is it completely, nothing, no drugs in there or anything like that? Because these guys are playing.
No, I think that's straight heart.
That's straight heart? Okay.
I don't think you can manufacture that in a lab. That comes from within.
You haven't been putting some alcohol in the water you've been giving out to the players or anything like that?
I don't think that's very legal.
No worries, go to bed. The stream is about to end in 3 to 4 hands anyway.
Yeah, your timing's perfect. 12:20, just after noon tomorrow, we come back for the restart. You'll have me and Berkey. Might get rid of myself at some point during tomorrow's stream.
I may be back for the final table. I'll see what I'm doing. I also may be in for the deep freeze tomorrow. Hopefully I spin that up. I'll be in for a max lay reg. I reckon we'll probably get over 200 runners, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, 150-ish already, so do think 200's a good line there.
And I think in a freeze out, a lot of people are going to be lining up to give that a max lay reg, so.
Mr. Eric Baldwin found another bag. Believe that's his 5th bag of the series.
It's just.
He's had a lot of near misses, but he's been running deep in pretty much everything.
Definitely will have some Australian dollars to spend. And it's gone up compared to the US dollar recently as well. So he's actually come at a quite nice time to come into some AUD, that's for sure.
Definitely heading in the right direction. Open here from the ace-2 suited. Milan with the ace-8 of hearts. Can do a lot of different things here. Can flat, could small 3-bet, could jam as well.
Absolutely.
Over a cutoff open. I think I opt towards the jam personally.
I like a jam pre-flop as well versus the cutoff. Letting those blinds in really kills your equity in these multi-way spots.
Does announce an all
He
in.
does announce an all in. I like this jam. Well played. Jared folds. George probably reluctantly folds given how he's running, and the ace-2 suited folds as well.
Have a good night, Ronnie. Believe we either have 1 or 2 more hands. Oh, or is that it? Oh, maybe that was the last hand of the night.
Let's just have a quick look at who's left.
Yeah,
I
let's
can
see
see
who's
Jessica.
still left
she's
in the field.
She's still there. Amir is. I can see his head pop there. Is that Kale with the hat on, or am I tripping?
I think that is Kale.
It's a little bit hard to see. Fat Newen still in. Can't see Stack. Unsure if he's kept his pile. Sammy Higgs in the top corner there. I can see him.
So we are going to have 38 players.
There's Russo. I don't think he's in the tournament, though. I think he's just
hanging out?
He's just sitting there.
Visiting a friend, most likely. We're going to have 38 players coming into day 3 action. Restarting tomorrow.
How much have they locked up? I haven't even been looking at the payouts, honestly. I really should have been.
6.2K. Let's take a look as it comes around here on the ticker. Thank you guys all so much for joining us tonight. We had a blast, man. One of the most fun streams ever.
Had a great time. Like I said, a lot of sick hands. Yeah, it looks like they're going to be coming back close to a pay jump. 7,400 to 36th. So they've probably locked up around 6,500 so far. Not a bad day at the office. But I'm sure all these players are going to be looking for quite the deeper run. I see Rahul there. He's had some recent results. Another one of those young guns that keeps popping up.
Do you want to chip these up or no?
Love to see the young players coming in, and I know it feels weird me saying that, but
Hey, it's been 10 years, man.
I know it doesn't feel like it though, but it really has been. Alan Pham still in. I know he had quite a huge stack.
Well, we do super appreciate you all joining us. Tomorrow we'll be back for main event day 3 action. Outside of the stream table, we'll of course have day 2 of the deep freeze out, and then 6 p.m. tomorrow, 5 p.m. we got a satellite on the closer, 50K guarantee on that one, so still an opportunity to scoop a big one in the series outside of the main.
It was nice hanging out with you guys, and nice hanging out with my buddy Josh. We will probably go home and continue to hang out more.
Yeah, we're gonna go home and keep doing this. In the meanwhile, you guys all have yourselves a wonderful night. 12:20 restart. Me and Berkey, come check us out. See you soon.
Bye bye.